Dicebaggery is now live. Streaming art, drawing class illustrations. Pokemon-inspired TTRPG. So true. Stream elements, so true. Geronimo, Telco hate hello. You're going to love this dice. My favorite 3D modeling software was bought out a while ago and now Maxon has chosen to simply not honor the perpetual license, so I'm super sour today. How are you?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Kohet. That sounds awful. I sympathize. And also, excuse me, I'm adjusting my mic. And also, it sounds very illegal. Well, hey there, everybody. This is Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And I don't know what to do today, so I'm just gonna fill out the class design, the class illustration design things that I need to do, but haven't finished yet because there's like 54 of these things or something, and I haven't gotten around to doing it all. That's all there is to it. But yeah, that's how things are going. Yeah, well, it's been kind of a off week. It's been a little weird. Actually, it's been a little weird for like the past month or so. I'm missing my mojo or something. Something ain't right. I'm not sure how to get it back, but we're gonna try. And that's what we're gonna be doing today. Getting the mojo back, doing something simple that I actually understand and already know. Really need to figure out exactly where I'm going with this whole project, because there's a bunch of different things I need to do, but I'm not sure which ones need to be done first. And what else is there?
Maybe you're actually just on the verge of completing Creatures. Your psyche knows it's true.
I might be closer than I think, honestly. However, I feel like there's also a lot of stuff that I haven't really finalized. Like the entire crafting system. I've got a good outline for it, but I haven't like put it anywhere. And frankly, like data entry is one of the biggest, most time-consuming things after I've already created something. Just going up to the website and being like, okay, copy paste this, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, and then, you know, trying to do all this stuff on social media and actually drum up interest for the game. That's another thing entirely. That takes time too, and then and then I get time to actually like sit down and do some designing or art, and I'm like, what do I do? How do I do this? What? I don't know. I'm all out of whack right now. We're gonna try and get back on track. Oh yeah. Right now we're gonna be working on the Dazzler class illustration.
Bruh, it's too real.
I know, right? Yeah, that is the issue. But anyways, let's hop into the stream room. If any of the boys want to pop in and chat, I will be there. Hopefully. Okay, yeah, it does seem to be picking up my voice. I was worried about that because I've been messing with the Bluetooth stuff on my thing to get Bluetooth headphones set up, so I don't have to have the big clunky, like, corded headphones that I've been using. But it's also been messing with my mic because the Bluetooth headphones I have also have a little speaker in them. Or it's not a speaker, a microphone, a little microphone. And I don't want it to use the microphone, but sometimes it tries to use the microphone. But we don't want that. We want the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti microphone here that I'm actually talking into. Hold on a second. Something's weird. Okay. I was looking at the Twitch stream, and like, nothing was happening. It looks like everything's running though. Yeah, I forgot to kind of check on this. I forgot to... Okay. I think things are actually functioning. Had me scared for a second there. But we're good, I think. I think we're good. Alright. YouTube says excellent connection, but the screen is blank. Okay, there it is. It's loaded in. Alright, we're good. Okay. We can do this. I didn't even get to do my midweek stream or streams this week because things were kind of swamping me. Alright, so Dazzler class. We're gonna have to look up what actual creatures are part of the Dazzler class here for a second. I want to say Horpit is one of them. Whoops. Oh no, the website does not want to be smaller. One of the handy things about the website is that I've got it. Oh hey, it's right up on the screen. I forgot that was still there. Okay, well, I guess there's nothing to hide at the moment, so I can go ahead and show it off. Yeah, you got the class pages here. See, this one doesn't have any art. That's what we're doing now. We're making the art. We got the class page here, and if you go like all the way down, you can see, oh, here's all the creatures that have the class. Isn't that nice? So yeah, we got the Gumpillar family and the Horpit family. I think we want to do this guy. I feel like he'll make a good one. He'll make a good Dazzler. I could see him doing a little razzle dazzle on this page here behind this. How do we get rid of this? No brave. We do not need that. So what's going on with all y'all in the chats? I spilled the beans on my struggles. Now it's your turn. Alright, this guy's kind of a weird shape to him. He's basically just like this. And then he's got these ears. And horns.
You've heard my misfortune, so now I'm on a crusade to simply learn Blender instead and give open source all my OMGSUS.
Right? That's his shape. I didn't plan for that, but I just noticed that. He's got the sussy shape. You know what am I doing? This should be documented. It belongs in a museum. We'll save this one for later. Alright. Now for the real drawing. And actually, I need to switch my brush over to the mechanical pencil, so it's got that little texture to it. Nice. This little guy is freaking wide. Speaking of, I'm surprised you're not already using Blender. Like, that seems to be the go-to thing for everybody. Is there something about this other one that you liked more or something? Opacity's all wrong. All my settings are off. I haven't done this in a bit. We might actually have to just do like a whole sketch. of this guy just to kind of figure out how his anatomy works. Because he's a weirdo.
ZBrush is the big industry standard, and since they got me into 3D with Sculptrise, I thought it would be worth it to learn.
Oh, it's ZBrush, okay. That makes sense, I guess. I was not familiar with the companies behind the things.
Blender is more than competent though, I'm just mad is all.
For good reason. No, that garbage, that whole business model of just freaking we hates it. The licenses where you don't own anything. Ugh. Why did people allow that to happen? Like, I've never been a fan of that. I don't understand why people were like, oh yeah, I'll just not own the thing that I want to have. It's because it was cheaper. They got lured in by the fact that $15 a month is a little cheaper than like $1,000 one time. Even though over the course of the lifetime, if you actually stick with it, it's not gonna be. Maybe I should not have chosen this guy.
I'm actually totally fine with having a license to upgrade software as a mechanism for paying for additional development costs, but for standalone software, I hate it.
Yeah, right? It's kind of like the whole thing like with DLC for video games. Like the concept of buying...
More so, I hate the idea that a company can sell itself to another company and use that as a means to void its previous agreements.
That too. But like with DLC, the problem with DLC is not that they're making more content for games that already exist. The problem is the way they do it. Like if you're making like expansion packs and stuff that are all...
Twitchlet a wild sock appears. Twitchlet catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Thank you, Geronimo. Actually, I should probably be catching Pokemon in my own chat because I haven't been interacting with that game like all week. There we go. I feel like this guy is kind of backwards. Like this leg should probably be down. Oh, now he's dabbing. This guy can't escape being a meme.
Gen Z creature confirmed. Sock escaped. No one caught it.
What?
John Ass 5 rigged.
Gonna be wasting all my Pokeballs on these things. Alright, I think his hands need to be lowered. Bro's got this weirdo Muppet anatomy that I didn't quite think through when I first created it. We're gonna make him a little more down in the corner here. That way we can have like stars upon bars flying off in this direction. And that will be the dazzling. That'll be the dazzling he's doing here. Give him the old razzle dazzle. And yes, Razzle Dazzle is actually one of the powers in the Dazzler class. Alright, he's starting to come together. His anatomy don't make sense. However, it looks right, and that's all we can really ask for. I was gonna try and do like a solo play stream for creatures this week. So I could do some testing. That did not exactly pan out because I got preoccupied with weapon types. I was planning to do that like a Thursday. Then I got into long discussions with people over what kind of medieval weapon types I should include in creatures, and
I was a bit upset. I was wanting to watch the VOD.
well, we'll do another one at some point. Or one at some point. But yeah, I wasn't... just didn't pan out. I did like do a test run of like the current rules that I'm using for solo play, and I think it's more or less working. It's just kind of going through the motions is kind of the difficult part, because you have to, you know, enforce all the rules on yourself. And most of it's kind of solitaire. It's just that you're dealing with an awful lot of information at the same time. Being your own dungeon master and being your own player characters, and also having creatures to deal with. It's just a lot to track, and I didn't feel like I was gonna be able to get all that sorted out after I spent a bunch of time discussing medieval weapons online. And boy, people like to tell you about medieval weapons. Did you see the post I made on on Twitter? Probably the most interaction I've gotten out of anybody. Just everybody's like, "Oh, you should add this weapon. You should add this weapon. You should add this weapon." And it's like, "Oh, you should add the Morning Star." And I'm like, "There's a mace on the list right there." We have Morning Stars at home. As one of the hard parts.
Yeah, I don't know anything about weapons, but I do know that bigger sword is more cooler.
As one of the hard parts about like making the weapons for creatures is just that, like, the math is kind of tight. So like we're working on like D10 dice, right? So like every change you make to the dice, like if you add or subtract 1 to it, that's like a 10% change, which is pretty hefty. So you have to be really picky about when and where you add those. And also the damage numbers, like the standard number is like 3 damage per hit. So you also have to be careful about adding anything to that, because you bump it up to 4 damage per hit, and that's a 33% increase in the amount of damage you're dealing. So like between those two things, it's like, oof. I better make the differences matter. That's why I'm shooting down some of Dale's ideas, because it's like, sure, those pole arms are technically different from each other. However, how does that translate to creatures' game mechanics? Because I can't just make like little nudges here and there and make like a couple percentage changes here and you know, make little alterations there. They've got to be fairly significant. A lot of that comes down to like the secondary effects I was putting on the powers. Like I wanted to have flails and scythes. Actually, I pretty much knew what I would do with flails, because I'm basically just ripping off Battle Brothers. My favorite game, Battle Brothers, if you haven't heard of it. But in Battle Brothers, like flails are basically anti-shield weapons. So they can strike around the shield and negate the bonus of the shield. So that's kind of what I did with creatures. I negated one of the things that shields will do for you in their normal attacks. But then scythes, I was like, oh, what am I going to do with scythes? Till I saw that video of scythe fighting. And I was kind of like, wow, scythes look like they're really obnoxious to deal with. I'm going to make it so they distract with their normal ability. They'll distract on a crit because those look very distracting, and that's actually kind of an important ability. I guess I should probably mention what distraction does in creatures, because distraction is basically like, it's like a tank ability. So your defenders will be distracting people, and what it does is it just means if something's distracted, it can't make opportunity attacks. So like your mobile people and like your casters and stuff, they can just move around them without having to fear anything. That's one I've actually been using a lot for some of my more recent power things that I've been developing. I think they're pretty much all done now. I think all my classes have a full suite of powers. They just need this. They just need drawings. Thank God for the line tool here. Hey, he's starting to look like an actual thing. I'm gonna give him a little furriness on his ears, like he's supposed to have. And then he got like the squished goat pupils.
Twitchlet, a wild seeking appears. Twitchlet catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Alright, hold on. This better work. Okay, that pupil is not placed in the right spot. Let's make his face a little wider here.
Seeking escaped. No one caught it. John Asw 5 rigged.
Why do I even try?
Dice out here using counterfeit Chinese pokeballs.
Well, when
Not
you
buying
use
direct from Silphco. SMH my head.
old reference. I'm buying them from the store that's in the thing. On the plugin. Right below the stream. I think the Pokeballs in this game only have like a 30% catch rate or something like that. Which when I first started out, it seemed like it was a lot higher. Whoops, I did not mean to move the background. Now it's probably a good idea to make these things a little, like, lopsided. So that they kind of look like they're spraying in one direction.
Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
That's right. Dang. Even Rumble has like no views. Usually I can count on Rumble to have a few lurkers there at all times, however, it does not appear to be the case today.
It feels like a super weird Saturday, NGL.
Yeah.
Got me feeling Susie.
Susie? Did somebody say Cersei? Felt like an entirely weird week for me. Actually, it might be because of the way work is going. Like, things are starting to get back to normal at work after like 2 years of being abnormal. And I'm like, oh, what do I do with myself? I might have a Friday off soon. Oh no. Oh yeah, this guy's got a tail too. Alright, I should probably stop screwing around with the lines and start putting on some actual colors. The colors. Oh wait. I was doing the Lorem voice, but wasn't having him talk. Okay, now where the hell is the right folder for all these images? Here we go. Oh no, it's arranged in the wrong way. I never find anything arranged by date. There we go. Whoops, that's not the right color. Yeah, I'm still thinking about that garbage you told me right at the beginning of the stream. Like, I really hope people take them to court over that. That's just... That should not be allowed. Like, it's not like they're paying anything to upkeep the perpetual license people. It's not like they have servers to maintain.
You'd think, but they're a German company. I have no idea what their laws/regs look like.
Usually EU has more consumer protections than we do. Like, EU's the one who got on Apple about like using all this kind of proprietary stuff that's like not repairable and not compatible with anything. They're the ones who forced them to like put their iPhones and stuff on like the normal USB chargers instead of whatever the hell they were using. One of the few good things they actually do over there. Tell companies they can't just screw people over. And it always drives me crazy when people like defend it by saying,
I also
like,
think
oh,
that
that's
because
just
the
how
affected
capitalism
parties are all
is.
artists, they're kind of in a safe spot, because which independent artist can afford to litigate, and then which large company can't just afford to pay a subscription? Yeah, screwing over the people is the government's job.
Right? But yeah, that's true. I heard there's been some legal pushback against like AI and stuff like that for artistic purposes recently. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but Something dealing with like copyright issues. And thank God.
I've seen it too. It was a handful of cases that, instead of actually just being thrown out, are going to court. So it's like, kind of a win?
Yeah. Presumably it's the strongest cases that would get through to that point. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm definitely over any novelty of AI. Like, if you're not using it to speed up the process, then why are you even using it? Not good to just replace the entire artistic process with AI-generated garbage like they're trying to do.
The more I think about it, I don't have a logical distaste, I just hate it emotionally, and that's all I care about is my emotional disgust.
On some level, that's kind of a valid argument when it comes to art, right? Like, that's the entire point of art. Well, if you want, like, a logical argument against it, I would suggest that the fact that all these things are basically trained on the work of other people, and that they are
Twitch lit
not
a wild
people.
Pharaohst appears. Twitch lit catch it using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
They are not people, they are for-profit companies with machines that they're actually like selling subscriptions for. I would say that's a pretty solid thing to say, just like maybe not on a legal level, there's probably some technicalities, but just on like a reasoned level. Like, I do not buy the idea that like, oh, you trained yourself on other people's art, therefore it's no different. No, it is different because I'm a freaking human, that's why. Because I had to actually study the thing. I didn't just run it through an algorithm. The study is my own work. The actual physical act of putting lines on paper and, you know, making all the decisions that lead to the final result, that's my own work. You can't just outsource all the decisions to an AI and call it art. In fact, the AI is not even making decisions, it's just following an algorithm.
Pharaohst escaped. No one caught it? John Asw 5 rigged.
Pharaohst. You gotta love Geronimo's pronunciation of some of these things.
I do buy that idea, but that's because I have a very aromatic idea of what a man is. They're just exchanging time for energy in the production/learning process.
Oof.
If I was more spiritual, I would understand the appeal to humanity, and emotionally, I agree.
Yeah, I definitely just don't agree with that. Come back when we find, like, actual sapient alien life. Well, hello there. He's muted.
Hello?
Hello.
Do I exist? Hi.
You do exist.
It's been a
Do
while.
you hear me? Yeah, it is.
I do. I don't know what happened to the Twitch window, though, because I'm hearing double.
Oh, really? Everything looks fine on my end. I'm not hearing double or anything.
No, for some reason, I couldn't find the browser window that had Twitch open. So I couldn't I couldn't mute the audio, and I was like getting progressively more and more frustrated. I was panicking, just like slapping things on my desks that didn't have any relation.
Common response to audio-related problems.
Yeah, you just start hitting things. You start with your microphone, and then you go to your video camera, and you just start shaking your monitor, and you're like, "Why won't you work?"
They are quite rage-inducing. There's always some obscure thing.
And it's messed up because it's like, this is a problem that requires higher order intelligence to solve, but you just revert to monkey, and you're like, I gotta figure this out with stone.
It's just kind of the thing, right? Like, most things these days when it comes to, like, computers, you just kind of plug them in and they work.
Yeah.
But when it comes to anything audio related or something, it's just like, ugh!
I mean, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because, like, when I was a kid, you would have 3 cables, one for audio, one for red, and then another one, or one for value, and then another for color, and that was your, like, television input. And now it's just a USB-C cable in many cases and HDMI. We're so spoiled.
I know. The accessibility of technology has begun to ruin humanity.
A little bit. I'm not sure. I like, when you say that, my immediate thought is like, yeah, we're so cooked. This is it. Kids these days don't know how to troubleshoot an Ethernet connection.
Kids these days don't know how to download a torrent.
To be fair, I never knew how to download a torrent.
A turd?
I don't even... Something about that word. It has rural energy that I just can't say it correctly.
The metropolitan man cannot conceive of downloading torrents on early internet in the rural areas.
I would never do something that could even begin to be misconstrued as somewhat dubious.
Dubious.
Which is messed up because there's no inherent illegality to torrenting. It's just like a mechanism of file sharing. But when I hear somebody's using a torrent, I'm like, that man's pirating software. There's no other option to what they're doing. But really, it's like zero relation. Feels bad, man. Although, to be fair to the feds in the chat, oftentimes it is piracy. like,
Hi, feds.
it doesn't have to be, but oftentimes it is.
Yeah, funny you should mention that because I was just watching something earlier. Are you familiar with Louis Rossmann?
I haven't watched a lot of his stuff recently, but I do know that guy. I like his videos.
Yeah, occasionally I pop
I
in on
his
one
righteous
of his
indignation.
videos. But one of them he posted like recently, very recently, was dealing with the recent, what is it, the Disney issue? Have you heard about the thing that they've been doing recently?
Oh no! What Disney issue is it explicitly? As far as I'm tracking, there are like 15 different Disney issues.
Okay, so the issue I'm speaking of at the moment is that they're in a lawsuit. They're involved in a lawsuit about one of their restaurants where they served a woman something she was allergic to after she like repeatedly mentioned that she was allergic to it and she can't have it, and tried to make sure it wouldn't be in her food. And like, this is a restaurant that's not owned by Disney, but it's like on their properties, so they kind of got roped into the lawsuit just because of that.
Okay.
But one of the arguments they're making in this lawsuit to avoid culpability is that the couple signed up for Disney Plus, and in the Disney Plus agreement, it says that any disputes you have to go through arbitration and can't be taken to court. So they're using the whole issue of, they're basically saying, since you use Disney Plus, you can't sue us for an accident that killed your wife on our properties. Which is just absurd.
Incorrect.
It is just absurd.
This seems like... This seems wrong. This seems like that can't be real. Like, because the incident is not related to Disney Plus. It's not related to the services provided by Disney Plus.
This is the legal argument they're making, not that it's actually succeeded. Mind you.
Isn't there a South Park episode about this?
They did one about Apple. That was kind of like this, where they put in the terms of service that they could perform human spirit experiments on people, and it was just allowed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I used to watch a lot of this guy called Nick Rekieta, and I was on a big legal like bender for a long time. And one of the takeaways I had from that time was, you can't put into a contract that we are allowed to kill you and have no repercussions.
Yeah. No, Rekieta, that's a
Dude,
that's something
I'm
else.
living
But
for it. I love watching people explode as a result of hypocrisy. It's so good.
No, but anyways, back to Rossmann. What he was saying on this video is basically they're encouraging you to pirate their product. Because if you pirated all this stuff on Disney Plus instead of paying for it like you're supposed to, then you wouldn't be under that agreement that they're trying to use to say that, yeah, we can kill your wife and it's not a big deal. You agreed to arbitration.
Yeah, if you just stole it, you would be able to sue them and get the product you want and save some money.
Exactly.
But instead, you know what? I understand that family too, because they're probably they're either like, man, I'm a legal person, I don't want to break the law, I'll pirate the software. Or they're like, hey, this company made a product that I want to consume, and I should pay the company for providing me with the thing that I like. But instead, they're just being punished for being good people.
Yes, exactly.
So it's fucked up.
You're being punished for, following the law, basically. doing things as intended. Which, if you're a game designer, you know that that's bad design.
Oh yeah, it's like
things don't work
what
out
is
so
it?
well when you do that.
There's a joke in fighting games, which is just like, oh yeah, it's negative on hit, meaning that you hit the opponent with an attack and they get to punish you for hitting them with the attack. And it used to be back in the day, because game designers didn't really have a good idea, especially when it came to fighting games, that you would get a lot of these attacks where you would hit the opponent and they would then kill you because you successfully broke their defense and hit them with a move that was negative on hit. And that doesn't happen anymore, thankfully, in most games. It happens sometimes, but like when it does happen, there was like a chain of events that led to nonsense.
Yeah. You see a lot of that in like stuff like Magic the Gathering, actually. Because it's like a 25-year-old game.
Yeah.
So you go back and like look at the early Magic stuff, and it's like, wow, that's broken. But they didn't know back then, because it's the first game of its kind. They didn't know how everything was going to balance out. They didn't really test it on the wider audience until afterward. Then they find out that, oh yeah, drawing 3 cards for 1 mana at instant speed is actually way too powerful to print.
The roguelike that I was playing, that Dale called me out on for no reason, has a
Completely
card
innocent
in it.
game with a less than innocent title.
Yeah, Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers is actually remarkably wholesome. There's a through line with a gambler, like the character's name is just Gambler, and you meet him in every level. And every level, he looks more and more disheveled as he keeps losing money in the dungeon. But there's a card in that game, which is a Dark Flower.
Twitch
or maybe
Little
it's called
Wild
Evil
Metapod appears.
Flower,
Twitch
but
Lit
it's
catch
a
it using
Black Lotus
Poke
berry.
catch.
All right.
Winners
And
revealed in 90s.
All it does is it gives you 3 cards that are, what is it? They can either be 0 or 1 in value. And this is the most broken card, one of the most broken cards in this roguelike blackjack deck builder. Just because it's like, it gives you a spread of 4 values to pick from, which just removes RNG from the equation. And it's awesome.
I mean, that's like the entire thing with roguelikes, right? If they don't have anything that you can exploit to that extent, then what fun is it?
Yeah. The mechanic of using card abilities in Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers is actually just called exploiting. So,
Makes
good
sense.
Game. I like it a lot more than Balatro, to be honest. But I think that's just because it's much more difficult than Balatro. But it also gives you the actual dopamine hit of like just slam and hit me in a casino and losing all of your money at like record speeds. But yeah, Louis Rossmann angry at Disney for allowing yourself to allow yourself to let somebody else kill your wife by signing a EULA for a product that has nothing to do with a restaurant at all.
Crazy world, isn't it?
It's like fundamentally broken. Something is very wrong.
I don't know what the Disney lawyers got in their head thinking like, oh, this is definitely going to work. But
Wait,
then
did it work though?
I don't think it's really been judged yet, but I suspect that it won't.
Okay.
But one of the strategies with freaking lawyers is that they'll just throw out a bunch of stupid stuff because just on the off chance that it might work.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't, then well, you've wasted time and money. So
Those are billable hours. And
Those
if you're billing
billable
Disney,
hours. Also, your opponent has to pay lawyers to fight it, so it's kind of encouraged.
It's insane that somebody that just has more money than you can force you to lose because you can't afford to pay a civil lawyer.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that's
If it's criminal, at least the government will give you a lawyer. I believe there are still fees you have to pay, right? But
I'm not sure
if
about
it's-
that. I've never been through it.
Same here, because I'm a good boy. I pay my taxes and I drive with my seatbelt on, even though I think all of those things are stupid.
I thought you were a
Except
cyclist.
for the seatbelt thing. Well, cycling is okay, right? I'm a big fan of cycling, but if I have to do something, I'm gonna use a car.
Okay.
I can't bring a lawnmower home on a bicycle. I'm realistic about this stuff.
No, I get you. It's kind of like truck drivers. Truck drivers are almost as bad as cyclists sometimes, because a truck driver always will drive a truck, even when it's the most inconvenient place to drive a truck. They're driving their truck. They don't have a car. They just have the truck.
I hate that. Where I live now, we have a very limited parking situation. There's an astonishing lack of parking.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll park my car at my home often, and I'll bike to work or to a grocery store or wherever, just because that way I don't have to engage in the battle royale that is finding a parking spot. However, sometimes I have to go and work in this different place, this sub office, I don't know what you would call it, and the parking there is even worse. So I'll take my car and I will park it in a lot that's 3 miles out, and then I will undo my bike from my car and I will bike into work from the parking space.
Yeah, hearing about parking situations makes me glad I live in a pretty small rural town.
I gotta get out of these cities. I'm so tired of living in cities.
No, I'm telling people, people underestimate just how, inoffensive life in a just small town America is. Cost of living is lower. You have less neighbors to deal with. You don't have parking issues. You hardly have traffic issues.
I need to develop the skills that would allow me to be comfortable in rural society, because I don't have any of them. But once I do, I'm there. I'm moving to Forks, Washington. I'm gonna hang out with my 14 other townsfolk, and I'm just gonna chill.
14, hell. You don't even have to go that far. My town is 10,000.
Yeah,
max. And it's still
10,000 on a good day.
You got people coming in from out of town for work and stuff. There's towns within a radius, and we got factories around here, and people come in, and it fluctuates. But yeah, small cities are all right. Because I guess that's what you'd call this place.
Your version of a small city and my version of a small city are probably wildly different.
Probably.
Because I've had the misfortune of spending a little time in Asia, And to them, a small city is about 20 million people.
No, I would despise that. I don't think I could live in such a place.
It's really like that, though. It's insane. It's so annoying.
Crowded?
It is so... Like, sometimes it's crowded. There are places that are definitely crowded, but, like, there are other places that just seem derelict and abandoned and seedy, but you know that behind every door, despite this looking like a fault zone from, like, a horror film, there are just, like, families that are living there. I hate it so much.
No, not gonna lie. Sometimes that kind of stuff happens in, like, my town. Like,
Really?
my next door neighbors for a long time. I swear they were like meth heads. And that is kind of borne out by the fact that they were evicted because their house was so run down and like broken.
Did
So,
they not
yeah.
own their house? Or was
I don't-
it...
I think they were
didn't
renting.
pay for it? Oh, okay.
But it's now I basically have no neighbors, which is
Nice.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's a lot quieter. But yeah, that was annoying.
A lot less methy, too, I would presume.
Yeah. Well, you don't have people getting out and making noise in the garage at like 4 a.m. when I'm getting home from work and trying to go to bed.
Honestly,
on
it just sounds like a
cars.
skill issue, if I'm being honest.
My skills or their skills?
I think I'm sorry to be this guy, Dice, but I think this is a skill issue on your part.
Oh, really?
You got to make more noise. Yeah.
I
You
did
gotta
that one
snore
time.
louder.
No, they were playing music real loud in the garage, which is right next to my bedroom. And I started blasting my own music and singing real loud in my bedroom. I think they got the message because it turned off a little bit later. And I went to bed.
You just turn on like an industrial blender, and you just like put a bunch of ice in it, and you just let that run for like 15 minutes.
No, I got some nice singing practice in, and I didn't waste the time. I was waiting for them to shut up so I could fall asleep. It's so much quieter without them. Like, sucks for them that they got evicted, but come on. Don't be meth heads and run your entire house down and leave rat infestations everywhere.
You know, I've graduated beyond having empathy or sympathy for people who are not, like, my friends, relatives, or acquaintances. Like, if you're my neighbor and we've never engaged in a conversation and something bad happens to you, it's like, oh well.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit like
Anyways.
that too, but I try not to be.
No, I've given up. I was nice in the past, and it has given me no benefit. I've been punished for being good too many times, and now I'm on my evil arc. And by eagle, I just evil. Evil. I just mean apathetic,
Evil eagle.
as opposed to legal eagle, who some would say is also evil eagle.
The sworn enemy of Nick Ricada.
Honestly, good. I want Nick Ricada to have as many enemies as possible. I think that is so funny, and the only tragedy is that he has children. Like, if he did not have kids, I'd be laughing all the way to the bank.
I think it is kind of a humorous situation. However, I would have preferred if he hadn't wound up in that situation. But that is his fault. Because I would have liked it if the guy just, like, kept doing his thing. But he couldn't do that. He had to be a cokehead.
Yeah, I really appreciated the legal analysis and coverage. I liked him arguing with other people about what he thought the result of a case would be and why, and then seeing who was right from the argument. However, he stopped doing that, and then he went crazy, I guess. Got into his polyamorous relationship with his crack cocaine and his other stuff. And just watching him explode as a result of his own hypocrisy is delightful. I love it when hypocrites self-immolate. There's nothing better. And hopefully that never happens to me. It's because, like everyone has something they're a little hypocritical about, but usually it's not like that extreme.
Yeah. Like, I would suggest that, like, if you're not hypocritical in some way in your life, then you have low standards for yourself.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean by that?
Like, if you can't look at yourself and say, like, oh, I do these things that are bad for me, then you're probably giving yourself a pass on things that you shouldn't be.
Oh, I see, yeah. No, I love eating bread that's fresh from a bakery. And maybe I eat too much fresh bakery bread. But I'm not going to stop.
Well, I'll go further. Like, I haven't been shy about saying that, like, I have my alt account where I have lewd things that I create with my artistic abilities. I do not think that's a good thing. However, I still do it because I like it.
I actually had a thought about it because I kind of agree with you. I do not think it's a net societal good. But then I also don't feel like candy is a net societal good.
Right.
But they're nice. A little bit of like a sweet treat, a little bit of a delight, a little bit of vice to spice up the mundanity of life. And nobody ever blames the candy manufacturer for making the candy unless you're like incredibly brain damaged. Instead, you blame the person over consuming it.
Right. It's the same thing with like alcohol and whatnot. Obviously, it has problems with it. However, we've tried prohibition. Didn't work out so well. People know like you can't just get rid of it all.
You gotta give people a little bit of a reason to live. You gotta give them some fun things to enjoy. I've actually had almost a complete 180 in my lifetime on how I feel about vices.
Oh yeah.
Like just looking at when I first started drawing stuff, and then looking at what I'm drawing now, I'm like, wow. Young me would have been appalled and or disgusted, but also intrigued.
What do we think of this guy? I think he's done.
I feel like is it possible to add additional razzle and or dazzle to the background?
What what are we talking about?
Like maybe some of these like little stars, but like less saturated, just behind or in front, just out of focus. Like maybe just like have them in a field of stars with some like direction coming from him.
Kind of don't want to draw that many stars. No, we'll give it a try.
I just feel like he's got too much razzle, not enough dazzle, is how I'm feeling about it.
I kind of get what you're saying. We'll add a few like here and there.
I think it will help.
Maybe one more.
Kind of impressed
regular.
at the swiftness with which that was drawn to include the center line. Not gonna lie.
To include the center line?
Yeah, because the one you drew last before this one, you drew like one edge, the center line, and then the
right.
other half in like 4 seconds, and I was like, wow, that was speedy.
When I'm not obsessing over like line weights and stuff, I can draw pretty quick.
My brain was like, Dice has engaged the AI subroutine. He's simply outputting shapes.
Let's see. I think I used this color for those. Yeah, it was my cyborg autopilot working there. Got to bring up the lore every once in a while. You know what? I drew that stuff on the wrong layer. Shame. I did the thing. I did the artist thing.
I'm having thoughts about the artist thing. The drawing on the wrong layer thing.
What are your
And
thoughts
my-
about the artist thing?
Right now, my thought on the artist thing is like, is it worth it when I draw on the wrong layer to just say, whatever, I'm gonna carry on anyways and merge all my layers and draw on top of that? Or is it more worth it to actually fix the problem? I don't know which option is better, because every time I discover that I'm drawing on the wrong layer, I'm like an hour in. Like I'm an hour deep, and I cannot simply undo. And my
Ooh.
brain is like, do I just keep going? It hasn't been a problem yet. If I just keep going, maybe I can just ignore it. Because in like my process, there are like specific points where like having stuff set up correctly matters.
Right.
But if I'm not like transitioning from one point to the next point, it doesn't matter at all. So I'm like, I can just pretend that this is what I wanted to do the whole time and maybe suffer no negative repercussions.
I can gaslight myself.
You don't understand. This is an innovation.
You can just merge layers.
I have a hotkey in CSP, and all it does is duplicate layers, merge, and then put all the old layers in its own folder. And it I don't know how to describe it. It's like an abort button or like a pivot button, because it's just like, all right, put everything I was working on in a box. We're working on this now.
Do you use that a lot on your sketchbooks?
The sketchbook is hellish. So to answer your question, no. I just merge everything down until it's on a single layer, and then work from there. The sketchbook is special. Not in like a good way. It's a headache. I'm saving a time lapse of this one, which was a mistake, because right now it's 6 gigabytes in size, and every time it auto saves, my computer is out of commission for 2 minutes.
What did you say, like 6 gigabytes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, because the file is big, and then it's also
I know.
saving all the time lapse data.
Oh, I know. I saved some of my time lapses too. In fact, I think this one is probably... Yes, this one is recording.
Did you ever set up your CSP to auto start time lapse?
No, because I don't want all of my stuff to be time lapsed because the files get so big.
Dang. Have you considered buying a large 6 terabyte hard drive to save your time lapses to?
I have like a few terabyte hard drives, external drives, but you know, I don't want it all. Although, if I do have so much... You know what? Just the hassle of like moving everything to an external drive is kind of not worth it.
True. My thought is I always start doing a time lapse because I can always just turn the time lapse on. I can't always just turn it off or turn it on. I can always turn it off. I can't always turn it on.
That's true. You can always delete the time lapse if you don't want it.
Yeah. And that way you never have this situation where you're like, God darn it. I've forgotten to turn on the time lapse and I'm 4 hours in. Now everyone's going to think that I'm not responsible for the creation of this artwork. They're going to look at it. They're going to be like, yeah, but show me your sketch. And I'm going to be like, I can't show you my sketch.
Then it was
It's
AI,
integrated into the
even though it looks like
coloring
all your other artwork. Okay, I'm just looking at my hard drive space, and I have like 29 gigs free.
I mean, that's not a lot, actually.
No.
You can't fit a AAA game on your hard drive right now.
No, I had to like uninstall Baldur's Gate 3 for some of the games I've been putting on.
What's their maximum hard drive capacity?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the storage space on it? What's its max?
Oh, how big is my drive? It's like a terabyte.
Brother, how did you fill that up? That's crazy.
Brother, I make things with big file sizes. I also download things with big file sizes.
Honestly, relatable. I love...
I'm kind of a digital hoarder, honestly.
Kind of need to be. In this age of DRM, they're trying to force you to not be a hoarder.
They're trying to take away all your files, all your MKVs.
They wanna...
WAVs.
They wanna be able to reach into your computer directory, pull back the objects that they have allowed you to download, and then replace them with inferior versions because of changing times.
They want to infect your computer with the woke mind virus. They're going to reach right in through cyberspace and grab your copy of Star Wars A New Hope and replace it with the stupid version that has Han Solo shooting second.
They're putting ions in the Internet of Things to turn your files gay. It's great. I love it here. It's a wonderful world in which we live.
I love modern society. Yes. I'm just like blanking out right now because I need to save this, but I was looking for like the file that had already been saved, but I hadn't saved it yet.
You're a dangerous dude.
My brain is fried, like I was saying on Discord earlier. Of course, I saved it with the wrong file name. I'm all discombobulated. Alright. Now we can save the transparent version. Then we can crop them all to the proper size because I've made all of these things in a way that they're supposed to be able to be uploaded to like a what do you call that? Like a printing place, so it has like margins and everything.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not sure if that's even going to hold up by the time I'm done with the game. I might be going to a different printing place. Which will be really annoying if
Did the printing place that you had planned on give you the information that they would need? Or the specific like dimensions that they needed?
Yeah, they have like templates that you can just throw into your editors or whatever.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah, I know. But a while back they decided they wanted to go green with their packaging. So like I was using them to print my card game domain. And like with their new stuff, instead of having like let's see, I forget what they did. They had like baggies that the cards would come in, which that's kind of like low quality, right? Stuff in the cards and baggies, the decks.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it'd be really nice if they could have like cellophane wrapping or something more professional. And then I saw this update they made on Instagram a while back, like probably years back now, where instead of using the baggies, they're gonna just put a strip of like cardboard paper around them. And that's how they're going to keep the decks together when they package them.
This seems...
And of course it was all like, oh, this will save the environment and make us sustainable, and it'll cost you a bunch of less, I bet.
I mean, I hope it costs them less. I hope they're not providing a worse product for more money on both their end and the consumer's end. That would be really unfortunate.
That's what it seems like to me.
Uh-oh.
Well, maybe not on their end. I'm sure they're making out ahead with it. But yeah.
Well, not if the people like you just skedaddle, you know? They lose their customers.
To be fair, I haven't published anything on their site since that game.
But you had planned to.
I did plan on putting creatures out there with their book printing.
And not even like a fake plan, but like an actual I'm going to provide a product and I'm going to need a fulfillment mechanism.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's quite a bummer.
It is. However, there's probably better book printing services out there.
You could do the unhinged thing and simply print the books yourself. What is that in terms of startup costs, do you think? I think it's like $1,000.
How much for a book printer and a binder and all that stuff? I don't know. But there's also Amazon, which started as a book-selling company that still sells books. And even though I may not like them as a corporation, they may be useful.
You know what I hate? I wanted to look up how much does it cost to start printing books as a profession or as a business. And
physically?
The only thing Yeah, physically printing your own books. And the only thing that was presented to me is print on demand. I cannot find like even when you look like up self-publishing, it's like self-publishing through print on demand.
You can't find like the actual printing machines, right?
Yeah.
Everything's 3D printing now.
Machine price. I get, ironically enough, when you search Amazon for a book printing machine, you do get book binders, but no like holistic materials.
I see. Well, maybe you just have to print that out yourself in some other thing, like with a a machine called a printer, perhaps.
Heavens to Betsy! If I had to use a printer, I would just cease to exist.
Printers are basically like, it's like all the problems with audio equipment, but for visuals.
I have a printer, like my family's printer. I got it 20 years ago when I was in middle school, and I have not gotten rid of it because it simply works. And
you're afraid of the alternative.
I am terrified of the alternative because right now I hook my printer into my router with an Ethernet cable. And then anything on this router connection can access the printer with no issues. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, this is a divine gift to me, this printer.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't do color, but like,
oh,
I've never needed to print something in color, so good enough for me.
So yeah, I'm trying to find a creature that I could use for the horned class, by the way. And I don't want to just use the same family. Don't think I've actually got all that many. They'd be a little difficult to show these in action, to be honest. We've got like the green guys on the screen, obviously. They got all their big old horns. But then there's like Nimbaw, the Cloud Sheep, and all his guys. Like their horns aren't like super prominent or anything. Then there's the Zipjack family, and you know the.
I would use Vampilisk, I think.
Vampilisk.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I'm gonna use that design.
Oh, that's right. Well, then I guess you have one choice.
Yeah.
And it's the Zip Zap Zoom. You could do like a Zap Jack and a Zoom Jack doing the goat thing. You know, the goat thing. Yeah.
Let's see, I do have an illustration for Zipjack already. I think he's used on the Taser class. It might be alright if I double dip like in the family a couple times. In which case, it would probably be best to just use Horpit. Because frankly, his horns are probably
the most prominent, huh?
Yeah, they're the most like oriented towards a headbutt, right? They're like sticking out in front of him.
Sort of, I guess. Like when I think headbutt, I'm thinking more of the Zoom Zipjack. Like more are the Vampilisk. Like I think ram horns almost are deer horns. Porpit kind of has like kill you horns as opposed to bonk you horns.
Well, if you bonk hard enough, it's the same thing.
It's true, but like there's a horror scenario where you walk into the woods and you have this little creature, and on each of his horns is impaled a conjurer.
I mean, he doesn't want to get people impaled on his horns. That would mess with his strings.
It's an accident. You didn't mean it. Also, I didn't say it, but nice job on the website.
Oh, thanks. Just don't look at it on mobile.
Oh, I see. Noted. Yeah, I just typed in creatures.com and went straight there, and it just worked, and it was awesome.
I know, right? And it's a lot more like, it's better laid out than the World Anvil I had.
Yeah, like I can just click on creatures and be brought to the creatures. It's crazy.
I know, right? That's one of the things that bothered me about World Anvil is just how inconvenient all the placement was. It's like, I want this right here where people can see it. And it's like, no, it has to be at the bottom. That's the way the wiki is set up. You have to put it on the bottom with everything else. And just let me move things. Like the Wix platform that I'm using to make this is a little frustrating at times, but I can usually figure out how to do something that I want to do.
Yeah.
But with World Anvil, it was like, oh no, I just can't do that thing that I want to do. Oh, great. Wonderful. And also the word processor just screws up every so often and just does things that don't make sense.
It's like the Microsoft Word processor when you add an image and the entire document is borked.
Yeah, pretty much. But, yeah, I'm having fun with the website. I think I've got most of the stuff figured out in terms of how to do everything. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't do the horned class right now. Just to get back on the topic at hand.
If you don't do horn now, what are you gonna do?
We've got Trumpeter, we've got Terror, Telepath, Stone, Stalker, Quake, Paladin, Leaf, Juggernaut, Gale, Chiller, and I think that's all of them I don't have illustrations for. There's plenty to choose from.
Do you already have Clayman in an illustration for the classes?
Yes. I think he is the Golem one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or you should use Petrock for the Juggernaut illustration.
And here he is. Petrock. I could use one of like his metamorphoses. It makes sense. Yeah, there's Clayman in the Golem illustration.
Yeah.
Haven't used one of his metamorphoses though. Wonder if there's one of their classes that I... Let's see, we've got the Spitter one.
Do you ever worry you might have too many classes?
No.
Very well.
I plan to add more.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, not like anytime soon, but in the future.
Because like I'm looking at the site and I'm thinking you're gonna have to double up on some of these.
What do you mean double up?
You just don't have enough creatures for all the classes.
Well, each creature has 3 classes.
It's true.
Like, it's all very modular. If I want to make a creature, I just like pick 3 classes, and I'm like, okay.
Please tell me
What does this
you're
look
gonna
like?
use. Please tell me you're going to use Cosmine for the Starlight class.
Oh, that's one I don't even have like a file made up for. Most of these things, like I've already made the I have like a CSP file already made up and named for them in the thing, even though I haven't actually drawn them. But I did not have one for Starlight, so I need to make one of those. Maybe we could do that one. Storm, that's another one. Some of these I made later on.
Just a handful.
There we go. Let's see. Does Cosmine even have Starlight as a class? I guess so. Nimpup and Caterpillar. One of the hard parts is just finding a composition that's going to work in this ratio.
Just the like A4 paper kind of ratio.
Yeah. The vertical orientation.
You feel like you're more of a horizontal guy.
Usually.
I'm actually like insanely anti-horizontal, to be honest with you.
Oh. You prefer
You
the
ever do,
phone
like-
screen rather than the monitor screen?
I do prefer the phone screen rather than the monitor screen, but I wouldn't phrase it like that because my actual preference is just for tradition and not modernity. I like reading well, not anymore. I liked reading like mangas and comic books and those kinds of things.
Hmm.
But now if I have to read something, it's on my phone generally.
Yeah, I've noticed having everything digital recently. Like when I was trying out my solo play solitaire rules for creatures, like it felt like not having everything kind of out in front of you with there for you to physically touch it and move around kind of slowed me down. You know what I'm saying?
Because there are things you can do physically that are just like so much more intuitive.
You don't have to go through like the human interface devices of the mouse and the keyboard.
Right.
You can just reach out and move it.
However,
I wonder if kids
appreciate
these
how
days
much cleaner.
I wonder if kids these days even have the same level of skill with just reaching out and grabbing things as we do.
You mean just like fine motor skills?
Yeah.
I mean, probably. You know
like-
how they be.
Yeah. I don't know, like maybe the iPad baby generation might have some troubles.
But they're like hitting these tiny buttons on these iPads all the time. I imagine they're okay. I think their eyesight's gonna be fucked up, but a part of my language. But apart from that, I think they're good.
Anyways, I've pulled up the Stalker illustration page here.
Okay.
And I did not think about what creature I was going to put on it, but however, I think perhaps the giant purple cat is a good start.
Like the very giant purple cat, or like the little bit giant purple cat?
The biggest purple cat.
Oh yeah, I'd say that's a good start. Okay.
Then again,
Which
there is
flavor of
Vampilisk
cat would you
there.
like?
And I have.
Yeah, you said you're redesigning them.
I might redesign him, but he's probably not going to be that different. Maybe I should just redesign him right now. Maybe that's.
Have you used the medium-sized giant purple cat at all?
Not for one of these things, no. I used him for like a meme before.
I feel like medium-sized giant purple cat would be good for a stalker.
Medium-sized giant purple cat is probably the least favorite of the purple cats, honestly, for me.
I mean, I get it, but like the giant purple cat, the Siger. I'm gonna stop saying medium, small purple cat. Siger, I feel, fits telepath more if you wanted to just use one of the classes for each. And because medium purple cat,
we gotta have the telepath class too. I don't have that one yet either.
I feel like Teleper is a bit low key, and it's more in line with the stalker thematically.
I don't know, because I'm thinking like the composition for this is gonna be just like claws coming at you.
Gotcha.
I'm definitely gonna need to look up a reference for this. But then again, I've only got like 2 creatures that use the freaking telepath class.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have enough creatures for all of your classes.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe it is best to just use freaking what was his name? Vampilisk.
Vampilisk?
Yeah. Since I haven't used that family. However, like you were saying, I was thinking about doing a little bit of a redesign. So like I was to go back to where my train of thought was going before. Perhaps I should just go ahead and deal with that redesign right now. Oh damn!
In between,
it's a Photoshop file.
It's that old, huh?
It's that old. This is an old one. Okay, let's look at him. Like, the main thing I'm not fond of is like the way his head is shaped and the shape of his horns. And
you don't like
spines
the goat horns?
on the back. The style of horns is fine, it's just they're not correct. Just like the anatomy of his whole head is wrong.
He looks a little special, but that's kind of the charm, isn't it?
I guess it's not so much that he needs a redesign, he just needs to be fixed because I'm a better artist now.
Oh, then that hits different. That's a different feeling. Yeah.
Different but accurate.
How do you fix this man?
First of all, we save him as a Clip Studio Paint file instead of a Photoshop file. And that's step 1. Step 2, I think I need to do something about the curvature of the back. And I also need to use the normal pen tool.
Oh, you had like a weird textured pen?
Yeah, I was still using the mechanical pencil. Let's see. Then like his head is like turned at a 90-degree angle, and it just looks weird. So let's like take the whole head and kind of warp it a little bit. Oof. And we'll have to, we'll kind of work out the details from there.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't just like do the entire or redo the entire drawing.
I don't want to do that much. I'm lazy. If there's a way to finagle it with the digital tools, I will do that. I do like kind of the way I've designed his face, so it's kind of looks like a cat. Almost like a cartoon cat. This guy is based on a prehistoric animal called a Therapsid, I believe. Which are described as mammal-like reptiles.
Mammal-like reptiles.
Yeah.
Weird.
They have
but
like
I will grant it.
they have like scaly skin and stuff, but they got kind of mammal style body plans and whatnot. So that's why this guy looks kind of like a cat. Oh yeah, that looks better already. His face looks more geometrically correct. And this horn over here is definitely too curved for the angle that it's at.
Gotta uncurve that horn.
Yeah. And it should probably actually have the point going like so. To match the other side. Pony Boy is in the chat. He says, there's a raid incoming. I see one on Rumble. Dingus is bringing the boys over.
Dingus and the Strix, as they're referred to.
On the Rumble side, I see. Hey there, Goblin. How's it going?
Dingus the Communist.
Dingus the Communist. We dubbed him Dingus the Communist on a Evergrade stream this week.
So
I almost
cursed.
forgot
I
about
love
that.
It.
Hello, Rumble boys. Thanks for the raid, Dingus. I will refrain from calling you Dingus the Communist since you sent me so many fine fellows.
I won't. I'll remember this forever.
As hello to you, Dai Mao, fellow comrade. The name is sticking, Ponyboy says. That's good. That's good.
It's almost a worst case scenario, but at least it's funny.
It's definitely funny. I'm taking credit for that. I came up with the communist. Having a hoot, yes. Thanks for the raid, Dingus. We're having a hoot. I'm doing a redesign of my one of my very much older creatures because I've been putting it off for a long time and I want to use it, but I didn't like the design. He was kind of drawn incorrectly because I was a sucky artist back in the day. But I'm better now, so we're fixing him. Let's see.
I think the hardest part of this is just going to be correcting the back spines. To be honest, you got the head done so fast.
Yeah, the head. I thought the head would be harder, actually. Heads are usually the harder thing, you know? I'm saying.
Yeah, I would say so. Most of the time. Not this instance, but otherwise.
I guess
I was asked.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I was just going to say, I was asked to make one of my characters in a website called Hero Forge as a challenge. And this is kind of miserable because the entire time that I'm working with this thing, my thought process is I could just draw my character though. Why am I doing this? I just wanted to share this misery, I guess.
Does the Hero Forge website have the sliders big enough for your characters?
No, not even close. But I'm keeping it rated E.
I see Ponyboy starting a fight over in the Rumble chat.
It's a shame that Rumble doesn't show up on the
I know, right?
Chat receipts.
Also, by the way, Rumble guys, I'm working on getting my average viewers up on Twitch. So if any of you guys are down to clown on Twitch, I'd appreciate some extra viewers over there. Because they lock the freaking all the cool affiliate tools behind an average viewer threshold, and I have not made it yet. Dingus says Ponyboy loves drama and hates logical discussions. Definitely a woman. I don't know, Dingus. Boy is in his name. I think he might be a boy. He might not be a woman.
You can't argue with that kind of logic.
Like, really, like, people don't just get on the internet and lie about who they are.
Lie. And if they do, it's in the other direction every single time.
Is he a real boy? Daimao asks. I don't know.
We're still trying to figure out if he's a boy who's a pony or a pony who's a boy.
I think he might be a brony or something like that.
Those don't exist past 2017.
You sure?
They've been expunged from the internet. Now they only exist ironically. I have it on good authority.
I'll take your word for it, since you're probably closer to that community than I would be.
I don't want to be, but I think you're right. I don't know why. I felt like really insulted when you said that. I was like, what is this guy saying right now?
But you acknowledge that it's probably true.
Yeah, absolutely. It is more right than it has any right to be.
More right than you'd like it to be, but...
More right than I would like it to. That's right. And I hate it. I hate it so much.
There's still something weird about this guy's horns. It's like the curve isn't coming through properly.
I think the one on the right is too high.
That's true. That's definitely accurate.
Yeah, I'm something of a accuracy detector myself.
I thought you were gonna say like, yeah, I'm kind of an artist.
I would never. That's going way too far.
Okay, what's happening in the Rumble discussion? What's happening in the Dingus / Ponyboy fight? Since he has tomboy in the name and tomboys are women, therefore TVE is a woman. But on Twitch he has pony in his name.
I mean, women hate tomboys, though. Do they not?
They're kind of jealous of tomboys sometimes.
So the enthusiast would likely not be a woman. I think enthusiast has more weight than the tomboy in this scenario.
Perhaps. It's like the tomboy is being used as a descriptive word.
Yeah, because you can be an enthusiast of virtually anything.
Yeah. It's like the Pokemon maniac is not a Pokemon who's a maniac. He's a maniac of Pokemon.
However, the Hex Maniac is a curse upon society.
No, Hex Maniac is peak civilization.
You think Hex Maniac is peak?
I like Hex Maniac, yes. What does chat say? Is chat a Hex Maniac appreciator now that we have a chat? What does Dingus and the Strixes think?
Is there
Settle
like
the
a
dispute
visual
for
list?
us.
of the Pokemon trainers?
I don't know about a visual list, but there's a list on like Bulbapedia.
Oh, that's gonna be so bad. That's gonna be so annoying. Because I remember in Hoenn, there was like one of the people in the water had a model where I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that girl.
In the water?
Yeah, one of the swimmers.
Let's
Yeah,
see,
there's like 200 different trainer types.
Yeah. Who is Hex Maniac? Synthnostate asks. X. Synthnostate X a question.
You're gonna have your mind blown. You're gonna have something awakened within you. Or not. If you're like a normal person, you'll be completely unplus.
Okay, here's another little detail I want to change. This horn is like angled improperly. By the way, audience, we're redesigning this thing on the spot because I want to use it for a class illustration.
Yeah, this is too annoying to go through all of these trainers.
What are you looking for exactly?
There was a trainer in Hoenn who I was like, I love this trainer.
And you said it was a swimmer, right?
Yeah, it was one of the swimmers.
Well, then look up the swimmer category. Put it in the search bar. The sprite will probably be somewhere on the page for swimmers.
Oh, there's a next page. There's 359 total categories. Oh my gosh.
Pokemon's been around a while.
They gotta stop, man. Game Freak needs to do something else.
Ah yes, now my Twitch chat has been flooded with pineapples on pizzas.
It was only a matter of time.
You love to see it.
Maybe you do.
I do, because it's Twitch engagement. And they have algorithms.
Oh, very true.
Yeah, spam them pineapples. And catch the Pokemons. Dingus, make sure you join the Pokemon community game and you catch the Pokemon in the chat when it shows up every 15 minutes. I haven't been doing that, even though I kind of need to keep playing the game, because I haven't been on ball with that thing for all week. Because it's been a weird week, as we were talking about earlier. But I think I got all the weapon types figured out for creatures. Everything fits really nicely on a D10 table, which makes it a lot easier to work with when I'm working on random loot tables, which will also make it easier to run my solo campaign that I'm trying to figure out. All right.
Extremely bad news.
What's bad news?
The character model that I was thinking of was the Team Aqua Grunt. Which, you know, I stand by, but it's unfortunate that it is just the lady villain.
Is she at least as good as you remember?
No. to be quite frank, not at all.
What a shame. That's kind of an experience I've had a lot about things I remember from my childhood. Namely ladies.
Have any of them, namely ladies? That's a crazy statement out of context. Oh my gosh. Is there anything that's held up?
Yes. Let me show you.
Me and the missus were talking about some shows that we watched during our youth. And I was like, there was one character that I remember, and it was, I believe it was Alex from like Totally Spies.
Oh yeah.
The dark-skinned one. And we like brought up an image, and I was like, yeah. That's so great.
I'm more of a Sam appreciator myself.
Sam is the redhead.
Yes.
We can still associate. I won't associate with anybody who's a Clover fan.
Sam is the only one with long hair. That always bugged me.
I mean, Clover's hair is like kind of long-ish. It's like medium. Yeah, I was explaining. I was like, this show metastasized all, like, brought to the forefront of people's psyches the worst parts of them, just because of how weird and strange it was.
Okay, here it is. Here's...
no regrets.
Oh wait, that's a really bad picture. Dang it.
I can't believe Dingus got the Seadra. You've been trying to catch Pokemon all night and you haven't got a single one. And then Dingus comes into the chat.
I'm telling you, it's more. It's it gives newbies like a little bonus or something. I was catching them left and right when I first started, but now it's like, oh, we're going to enforce the actual rates now.
Once you get your Pokemon, do you like battle with them? What's the end game for this?
Yeah,
plugin?
You can. I see Dingus got a Torchic too, by the way.
Oh, I didn't even see the Torchic.
Okay, finding the freaking actual good image of this character that I'm thinking of and was going to show you is
It's not gonna be the pink-haired lady from Code Lyoko, is it?
No.
I'm just checking.
We don't do no Code Lyoko garbage around here, except to make fun of
Hey, Code Lyoko has a place in my heart. I don't know if it's a good place or a bad place, but it's there.
Surely it's not a good place.
I remember it very fondly, but when I look at it, I'm like, this stuff is ugly, even for the time it was made.
Alright, here we go. Chick from EverQuest.
Does she not have a name?
She does, but like I can barely pronounce it.
That's so good.
Fioriona VA or Vi or something like that.
I
Hot
mean,
EverQuest elf chick. Holds up.
I get it. I hate this haircut, but I get it otherwise.
I am into
Anytime you're into this haircut, anytime the hair is like funneled through a tube on top of the head, I'm like, get me out of here.
No, I like
hate
any kind of
top
hair
knots so
that's like up.
I mean, I like a ponytail. Like at like
Oh, there
the
you go. That's a
medium
ponytail.
mid of the hair. But if you put the top knot on top of the hair, I'm like, on top of the head, like you're an executor. I'm like, I don't get out of here.
What?
You're not a pine cone. I'm just I just don't get it. It's like this Ariana Grande look. It was in 40 years ago, and then it came in like 10 years ago, and it's like on a cyclical pattern that I see this haircut, and every time I do, I'm like, stop trying to make this work. Just be normal.
Stop trying to make it work. It already works.
But it's for people like you. It's not for people
What do
like
you mean
me.
people
darn
like
it.
me?
You people, your appreciation of things.
I'm gonna draw a girl character with that kind of hairstyle next, just to spite you.
Why would you make your media in spite? This is why you were encouraged to make it in the first place.
I was
be
encouraged
authentic.
because I wanted things that I like, and there weren't things that I like, so I decided to make things that I like.
But why are you choosing violence?
Oh, you know, Kohet, not everything is made for you.
But it should be, darn it. I deserve it. Ah! I'm just banging my table. It should have been me. Etc., etc.
Let's see. Dingus says Code Lyoko is okay, and Ponyboy says them foreheads were nuts. Care to comment?
He's right. The Code Lyoko foreheads is probably the funniest bit of art direction I have ever seen, and it's only made funnier because it's the French who made Code Lyoko.
Of course it's the French. Oh. The French are behind all bad things. Unless it's the Chinese.
But Ponyboy says, I like short hair. And I agree. I think short hair is nice. I think medium hair is nice. I think long hair is great. My only qualm is when it's like done up in a ridiculous way. Because this EverQuest character, to put her hair up like this, she spent like an hour and a half just like in the bathroom, and you're trying to get ready for work, And she's like, oh no, I gotta dry my hair, and then I gotta put it up, and then I have to put it through the tube, and it's gonna take forever because it's not like a scrunchy tube, it's like a iron pipe that's hollow on the inside. So I have to shove all of this hair through there, and this entire time you're like, honey, I gotta go to work and actually make the money. I gotta kill the dragons. Do you mind if I use the bathroom? And she's like, oh, I'm busy putting up my hair. And you're like, I am going to wallow in despair. But yeah,
making it very clear that you are married.
I am. This may or may not be an experience that I have on a weekly basis with somebody that has surprisingly long hair. And is also a fan of stupid hairstyles. I say lovingly.
I watch a man drown as I die of thirst.
Oh, what is that quote? I like that quote.
I don't know. I literally heard it on the internet recently, and I was like, that makes sense.
We're on two separate sides of the spectrum. You either live long enough to be lonely, or you die a victim of life insurance fraud.
Oh, great. Dingus and Ponyboy are arguing about futas and tomboys and traps.
What an argument. I just see the comment, love your son, TBE. You are the one in the trap and futa room? I have no son? What is happening? What are you guys talking about? What are you on about? What were you doing? What is T? Is that tomboy enthusiast instead of ponyboy horse?
Yes.
Okay.
He has a different name on different platforms. He's one of those people.
Despicable. Honestly, I can't agree with anything he says now.
Right?
If you don't have the same username across all platforms, I don't know who you are on the other platform. One of my buddies was banned off of Twitter recently, and they made a new account with a different username.
Oh,
and I was like, who are you? You don't exist. And so, like, my instinct is to just like block when somebody approaches me saying, hey, I'm this person.
Yeah.
And so I did that, and then they sent me a message. And I was like, no, seriously, it's me.
I need help. I lost my platform. You know what? I've freaking been there before. My alt account got banned at one point, and I had to start over.
Oh no. I had no idea.
Oh yeah.
What was it banned for?
It was when, like, Nintendo or somebody was like trying to copyright strike everything for Nintendo fan art.
I see. There's always unhinged.
Yeah, I had like one too many hits from that. Then I woke up and was like, oh, my account is gone.
In my internet memory, there have been two instances of mass bannings that I recall. One is the Nintendo bannings of 2018, 2017, around there.
Yeah, that sounds
And then the
right.
second was the Filipino gay bara group of 2020.
I've not heard about this one.
I think you're better off for it.
Probably.
They only targeted people who were, I guess, not Filipino. It was weird.
So they literally just went after Filipinos for some reason?
No, specifically people within their interest group who were not Filipino.
Oh.
Like, it was a real like eating where you defecate kind of situation. Pony Boy Horse, what is wrong with liking traps? Why is that in all caps? What's your favorite trap, Pony Boy? TBE.
Every time I hear TBE, I think it's like to be announced or something like that.
I think JRE. The Joe
JRE?
Rogan Experience. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know, though, all traps are tomboys until you discover that they're a trap. That's kind of the thing. I am not a sus owl. Dingus, who's your favorite trap?
He's not a sus owl, he's a communist.
Then he should know. Comrade, let us share the means of reproduction.
Not with femboys.
You just never mind. I'm not gonna be unhinged today. I'm gonna be normal today. I'll be right back.
All right. Look what you guys did. You got Cohead acting up now. My wholesome stream is no longer. Traumatic brain encephalitis synthonostate says. There you go, tomboy enthusiast.
I put some tea on the kettle to help me lower my blood pressure here. It started getting a little too unhinged. I now understand that Dingus is beyond saving, because he just said in anime, I presume, that I have never heard of in my life. Which is never a good sign. But I trust his judgment.
Oh, I see. Hideyoshi from Baka and Test. I'm gonna Google that. Copy and pasting right now. Doesn't even look very feminine. That's pretty gay. Like, even for traps, that's pretty gay. Dingus.
Dingus, are you in the Discord by any chance? Because the first thing I saw when I looked at it,
What?
when I looked it up was this.
There you go. Is this the one, Dingus? This is the trap you like?
Oh, I was flashbanged by this image search. That was crazy. Oy.
Wonder how that made it so high in the search.
I don't know, but I love it. Like, there's that one in the search, and then there is this like wallpaper that the character actually just has breasts, so I'm assuming that this is a gender bent version and not a trap. And then all the other instances of the character are just way too normal. And I'm like, yes. But being flashbang like that one as the first result is so good.
By actual stereotypical deviant art quality stuff.
Yeah, how old is this anime, dingus? Did I ever tell you about that furry fighting game that I found? That's just like all in Chinese with no translations available?
I don't think so. But we got Tyrion Dusk over in the Rumble chat. Welcome.
The entire thing is in that kind of deviant art, early 2000s style. Except it's a furry fighting game, and you're like, there's no way that this is real and authentic. And then the more you look into it, you're like, this is actually the most cracked fighting game I've ever played. This is so good. Because, I'm going to be incredibly controversial. I don't care what somebody does, as long as they're authentic about it. And it's not like murder or something. I do care if somebody authentically murders, just for clarification.
But
so
inauthentic murders, like, who cares?
Yeah, inauthentic murders are like, whatever. The government does those all the time. Am I right? So I'm playing this furry fighting game with this early 2000s deviant art drawing style, and it's insanely good. And I'm like, man, this is nuts that no one is going to play this because of how ugly it is.
Let's see.
What search engine am I using? I am using DuckDuckGo.
Tyrion Dusk says he thinks Tomboy TBE likes them fighting herds. Have you tried that one? I've heard of it.
I won't. No, them's fighting herds is actually insanely good. It's actually an insanely good fighting game. It's just has the unfortunate stigma of being made by a group of people who were sued by Hasbro for making a My Little Pony fighting game. And then they jumped ship to their own IP because they were, being sued. And it's very good. The actual game is insanely good, actually. I mean the unicorn, in case you're wondering, and the ice steer.
Of course.
It sounds ridiculous, but I actually is such a good game, and I hate it. I hate that it has a stigma associated with it so much.
You know what? It seems like that kind of thing crops up with fighting games a lot. Like, you hear fighting game enthusiasts just constantly talking about these really niche indie games that nobody's ever heard of, and they're like, this is the best fighting game I've ever played. But nobody actually plays it except for them.
I mean, I like to imagine I'm a little self-aware because, like, I understand why nobody plays them's fighting herds. However, generally speaking, I'm all for the mainstream games. And most of the niche games people will tell me about is like, dude, you got to play Dong Dong Never Die. And then I look at Dong Dong Never Die, and it's garbage. It's like Mortal Kombat 1 and a Chinese Wukong had a baby, and they decided to not raise it, and then presented it to the world when it was 25. And it was not good. It was pretty miserable.
That's quite a vivid description.
I specifically hate the concept and the fact that Dong Dong Never Die exists.
Oh, that's not a name you just made up?
That is not a name I just made up. Here you go.
I assumed it was a name you just made up. I thought you just pulled that out of your butt as an example. Okay. Ding Dong Never Die.
Can you tell me what's happening in this image? Because
No.
I can tell you what's happening in this image, and it's an incredibly normal thing in fighting game. One of them is using their super, and the other has countered, and you get a little cinematic flash for it, but it looks obscene.
It's visual barf. Also, why is it a bunch of real people?
It's the Mortal Kombat 1 thing, you know, where they just like took pictures of people
Oh,
and then
okay.
used the individual frames of photography as their like fighting frames.
Okay, Dingus says he's judging you hard for using DuckDuckGo.
What's wrong with DuckDuckGo?
And Tyrion agrees.
Wait, what's the DuckDuckGo issue? Hold on.
I want to say there is some... I don't remember exactly what it was. They had something they said in a hearing that kind of... You know what? I forget.
Is this like they aren't actually a privacy-focused browser type of thing, and they are instead willing to give all of your information over to the feds
Apparently.
for pennies on the dollar?
Tyrion says DuckDuckGo censored search results and were caught tracking people.
Yeah. So my like perspective is that literally every search browser works in cahoots with each other, and Google simply allows them to exist so that they can divert being called a monopoly for as long as possible, which has not worked, thank goodness. I think that if somebody wants your information, they just need to give these browsers a big enough wad of cash and they're gonna get it.
Probably for the most part.
But, you know, I haven't had issues with DuckDuckGo. I use it for my web searches. I use Google for my image searches generally. And then I use... Yeah, that's actually pretty much it.
Have you
Those are
been
the two
having
search
trouble with
engines I
image searches lately, especially for, like, I don't know, references for things?
I have stopped using search engines for image references. I have moved to buying my reference material and like, what is it? Curating my own folder of references. Because I hate the internet as it is right now.
Does this have anything to do with a certain technology that's come to prominence in the past few years?
You're not gonna believe this. But it's, you know what, maybe that's my logical argument against AI, is that it just clogs up the bandwidth of the internet with garbage and makes using it as a function very annoying.
It does, it really does.
I've actually had more issues with Brave. Sorry, just I saw Dingus in the chat. I've had more issues with Brave search trying to find what I'm looking for than with DuckDuckGo. Specifically for like local news, especially. I can't find anything with Brave search.
But anyways, Tyrion Dust just followed on Twitch, so thanks for that. Really trying to buff our Twitch numbers right now. Freaking Evergrade already, I think, is like a way ahead of me, and he's hardly been streaming. I gotta get competitive here.
Oh, Evergrade's just an aggressive marketer. You can't beat that kind of gumption.
People actually like Evergrade.
I guess. But yeah, AI. I hate it. I hate its users. I hate the concept. I hate the implications. I hate seeing in real time people be like, I don't have to work as hard or have as much gumption because the machine's going to do it for me. And I can just trust the machine.
I think that trust in the machine is going to run out pretty quick, honestly.
I wish it ran out faster.
Yeah. Everything I've been seeing suggests that AI is like hitting kind of a peak.
I want to agree with you. However, the value proposition is so high that people who actually don't care about like being a human are going to pursue it relentlessly until they fix it.
I don't know. I think there might be like hard limits on what you can accomplish with it.
Tyrion, I see what you're saying about Brave. The second I have to write a filter for my searches in my search browser has not accomplished its task, which is being easy for a normal person to use. like I respect it. I'm just like a normal guy. Like I want to Google what is the news in my local area for like these past couple of weeks. And I want it to just pull that up. I don't want to have to like do a geo box to like figure out the exact location of the IPs that the news was transmitted from.
As the Sithno State says, Brave Search is independent. DDG is just a Bing front end. That's why it has better results. I would say I use Brave until I can't find something. Then I just go back to Google for it. Frankly, I'm not a purist on it. It's just convenience gets you so far.
You know, with all due respect and honesty, I probably don't do a lot of search engine searching as well. Like, I do maybe once or twice a week I'll look something up that's weird, but otherwise I have my sites bookmarked and I just go directly to them.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Like
Also,
I
Dingus,
might search for like a word that I need a definition or a synonym for something I'm writing, but I don't really need the search engine for most of it. I'm just too lazy to bookmark something.
Also, Dingus, normal guys don't read the manual. They look at what they're doing and they use their normal guy brains to logic out the required steps. And if you're missing a couple of screws at the end of the process, you were simply more efficient than the instructions.
You know what? Here's one thing I actually need to add. We need to color the line art on this guy. Because I didn't do that at all the first time because it was like years ago when I drew this guy and I sucked.
Nah, you just had a better appreciation for bold lining decisions.
Cope.
Why are you
Cope,
guys
go ahead.
over here, by the way? I'm not coping. I'm being honest. Black is great.
I'm gonna call you
They say
Cope.
black is the new brown. Opeth.
What are they talking about, by the way?
I
wait.
think Dingus is saying,
you-
I know, hence why I said that. Tyrion says, why are you guys over here, by the way? I don't know what you mean by over here. And what do you mean by you guys?
I think he means Ponyboy and Dingus, because they came on through Rumble.
Everyone has a Twitch. Nobody wants to use Twitch. But all the streamers want to use Twitch because Twitch is one of the few platforms that is like actually provides you with an incentive to use it.
This is true. The main reason I want to use Twitch right now is not because I like Twitch, but because it has a bunch of features that I want to make use of.
Exactly.
And also, those also happen to be locked behind, like, affiliate status. Which sucks! Because I can't put my emotes in here, I can't use my channel point things or my ideas on that, or...
Very, very true and real. I'll be right back.
Glad you agree. Y'all know how I feel. Anyways, I think this boy is finally done. He's definitely a good boy. A scaly good boy. What do you think, guys? Do you like my my Therapsid creature?
Nice.
Look that up if you don't know
Can we
it.
get the before and after?
I don't know. Do I have the old file? Or did I overwrite it already?
There's no way you already removed it from the website. That would be.
Oh, that's true.
That'd be nuts.
Let's see. There we go. Look at that face. He looks correct now.
You know what the old one looks like when I
What?
look at the comparison. Do you know that old video cartoon where it's like the dinosaur thing and it goes yee?
I am not familiar with this one, no.
Oh no.
Also, Dale has popped in on YouTube. He has to be a contrarian.
I also hate that Dale knows what this anime is.
Dale's on YouTube and talking on Discord. It's throwing us all for a loop. Hello, Dale. Ponyboy's going to bed. We'll see you later, Ponyboy. And Dingus.
It reminds.
Dingus says, I disagree with your opinions on Twitch. Twitch's only incentive is that the top platformers for streamers, despite it is the top platform for streamers despite being not friendly to its streamers. I also generally don't care for most of Twitch's bells and whistles unless they actually help with growth, like clipping. Well, they do have clipping.
See ya, Ponyboy. Disagree with my opinion on Twitch. Only incentive is that the top platformers for streamers, despite not being friendly to us. So it's kind of like Twitch benefits like super heavily from having first movers advantage. And it's persisted despite there being like a whole lot of other viable alternatives. But because the other alternatives simply do not allow creators to monetize, are monetized effectively, there's just like no reason for them to go over, because they also don't have like the fun bells and whistles like clipping that would incentivize somebody to do something for free. And because of that, your big streamers just stay on Twitch, and that's what draws the crowd. And it's like, why would they go somewhere else unless that other site's going to pay them for it? But then every time another site has like paid a large streamer to do something, they go over, they bring like a quarter of their audience, and then once their contract expires, they come back to Twitch. Just because it's a better user experience on both sides. So it's, you know, not great.
Also, Tyrion, I don't know. I see you over in the Rumble chat. It is working, if that's what you're asking. It doesn't show up on the stream because Rumble is not supported by the thingamajigs I'm using, which is another point in favor of freaking Twitch, because things actually support it. You don't have the Pokemon community game on Rumble, unfortunately. Rumble, add the Pokemon community game. Get with the people who make it and add that over there. Rumble. Listen to me, Rumble. Peter Thiel, get on it.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
I think, I don't know, Peter Thiel maybe? I don't know. I don't care. Whatever your name is, Mr. Obscene Billionaire, who owns most of Rumble, tell them to get the Pokemon community game embedded in their streams, and also add channel points and things to do with them. And then I won't even care that I'm not a Twitch affiliate.
I do believe you when you say that, Dingus. But does this apply to somebody like not in your shoes? Like, why does like a Ludwig or whatever go someplace and then decide to hop back to Twitch? Because like, if your goal is financial, then you would simply stick to the place that has the better financial incentive to you. But I do believe many streamers' goals are not explicitly financial.
It's
So
easier
they
to build like
their
the financial
communities.
part on a platform when you don't really have a major audience built up anyways. Like trying to get your entire audience to move to a different platform is kind of an obstacle. Because people don't like change.
My entire experience with Rumble is every time I go to watch a Rumble stream, I'm like, man, I wish this was streaming somewhere else. I hear it's gotten better, but being there and having that as my first impression was not great. And YouTube was like that at first as well, where I was like, man, YouTube streams suck. But then they got better. So I'm hoping Rumble has also gotten better.
It is getting better.
I'm in a pickle.
Also, Tyrion, nobody's really talking much on Rumble. That's why you're not seeing many chats on Rumble. Most of the talkative people are talking here on Twitch. What is this conversation we're having in Discord over dinosaurs?
I was saying that the reptile guy, he looked like his face looked like the
Right.
dinosaur at the end of this video. And Dale hits me with knockoff Land Before Time.
Dinosaur Adventure for the PlayStation 2 for ages 3+.
To be fair, that would have come out when Dale was too young for it. So I kind of like the Poggers community. Dingus, me personally, I was a member of that community. I remember it fondly. Watching Overwatch streams, really getting invested. But I feel you. I don't associate with them anymore. But the vernacular is engraved into my psyche. I can't escape it. I'm always going to be hitting people with nodders and poggers until I'm in the grave.
Excuse me, I have to catch this Pokemon real quick. Dale says, every time I tune into Twitch, I'm reminded how violently awful Twitch is.
Well, you see, the trick is you go directly to the creator you want to watch and you avoid any other aspects of the website.
Yeah. But then you still have to deal with ads if they're big enough, which is kind of annoying.
It's true. Which is why the second you become an affiliate, I'm going to start watching on Rumble instead. Or YouTube. Why would I make your soul cringe, dingus? What do you mean? I'm being honest with you. Be humbled by my honesty. I'll show you cringy. I hope your skeleton's ready.
I think Dingus thinks is like Dingus to Rumble is like me to crypto.
Just like, come on, give it a chance. It's not all that bad.
NFTs have applications. We can make something out of it. It's not just pictures of monkeys, guys. There's more to it than that.
The important thing is acknowledging, though, that some of it is just pictures of monkeys.
Yeah, the worst parts. The parts that I hate.
The most popular parts as well.
Because people are freaking stupid.
That's why we watch on Twitch. It's convenient.
Now, if people were smart, then we'd have NFT Pokemon in a game that uses them.
You think that would be the case?
Did I miss another Pokemon? I didn't catch that one either, did I?
Why is the honesty making you dismayed, Dingus? Please, overshare with me on the internet. What's the cringiest thing about yourself? We know that you're a tomboy lover. Or a trap lover. Which is, you know,
Pretty
they'll
gay.
kill you in the Middle East for that. So, no.
They'll kill
like,
you in
no
a
one's
dungeon,
gonna kill
too.
me. Like, you're not executed in Iran for like enjoying Twitch culture. You are executed for liking a trap. So, you know,
What
glass
about
houses.
futas?
Let's not talk about it.
How does Iran feel about those? I'm a VTuber, of course I'm cringe. Dingus, you're a PNG tuber, let's be honest here.
Yeah, you gotta get on our level. You either have
Go
to
ahead.
learn like dice or fork out an exorbitant amount of cash.
You
Like
haven't
me.
even brought your model on my stream yet. Since I shot you down the
don't-
first time because I didn't know how to do it.
I don't want to associate you with my debauchery.
That's
This is
actually
as close
a good
as I
reason.
want to get. The worst thing that could happen is you're like doing like a business meeting or something, and somebody looks through your record of stuff, and they're like, "This other guy seems familiar. What's his deal?"
Because they've definitely watched your streams before.
Of course, they're one of the three guys.
On
Burgers and
Picarto.
fries. It's actually Dale. Dale's your benefactor. But, you know, it could be bad. So if I'm a PNG in the corner, I think that's for the best.
It's the same character though.
It is the same character, but it's less obvious. It's less obvious. It's less animated. PNG tubers also do count as being virtual, but you know, it's not the same. It's not the same. I was a PNG tuber, and now I am not. Except for right now, where I'm
Let's
like
see.
a illuminated light tuber.
Syntheno State says, "Have you heard about Dingus's infamous trap versus reverse trap at gunpoint question?"
What does that mean? What is the scenario?
I'm guessing, would you pick a guy who looks like a girl or a girl who looks like a guy?
I take the
I
guy
think-
that looks
I'm
like
assuming-
a girl. I take the trap every day of the week and twice on a Sunday. It's what God would want.
Can we get confirmation? Dingus, is that the question? Did I guess right? Tyrion says he'd take the bullet.
You take the bullet? Well, the thought is that you wouldn't take the bullet, so that you have to engage the question in good faith. You can't, like, it's definitely not just worth killing yourself. Like, if you're afraid of being gay, just, you know, engage the masculine lady. It's okay. But if you're not afraid, have fun. Make the correct decision.
You know what? I would suggest that with the manliest woman, you can at least close your eyes and it'll still feel good.
I mean, that's kind of each scenario.
I don't know. I'm not too keen on the poop shoots.
Understandable.
Even when females are involved.
Well, I mean, that one's just insulting, isn't it? Was it like 2 years ago that was that article that was like, oh yeah, and women have a bonus hole. Do you remember this? Am I hallucinating?
Yeah,
this?
I remember this. Yeah, that was a thing that somebody printed.
I have never seen something so insulting in my entire life, and I don't think I've seen anything as insulting since. That was
Bonus
nuts.
hole. Just the place where human life comes from. The bonus hole.
You go to play mini golf and you do really well, so you get the bonus hole. Insane behavior.
Anyways, I was looking up a reference. Let's see, like cat, no, like tiger, pouncing. That's what we need to look up. Okay, yeah. All right. Here we go. New creature idea
What
right
is
here.
this? What is this? This is kind of sick. In like a cool way.
It's like a
I
tiger
love the
dragon
worm
coming
tiger.
out of a Campbell soup can.
My first thought, the first sentence that came to mind was like, "Oh, you're really opening up a can of worms with this one." But then I realized it was a tiger, and I was like, "I can't say that."
It's like one of those trick snakes that you like squeeze down into the can, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it's reminding me of.
I like it. I love the way that tigers are drawn in the more Eastern style. Like their eyes are wide open and they look horrified.
They look like they're actually psychos.
Yeah. Which I think is accurate. You give a cat the ability to kill, and that's what it is a psychopath.
Okay, I got a lot of compositions to choose from here. Some of these are just like tigers doing cat things.
I mean, they're like so cute. Until you remember that they would destroy you in seconds.
This is a very fluffy one. Alright, I think I found one. We're gonna try something kind of like this. We'll use this as a reference here. Dingus says the tiger dragon soup is weirdly badass. That's why I was saying new creature idea. Alright, we'll have like the head there. Then the claws like so. Kind of like so.
He just like swoops in from off frame.
Yeah.
Oh wait, which creature are we using for this? It's the
one
you
I just redesigned.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The entire point of redesigning him.
I got so lost in conversation.
That's okay. It happens.
Let's see. Do you think so? I have all of my tabs and all of my bookmarks listed by what they're for. Do you think I should move Rumble from video on demand to streaming, or should I just keep it in the VOD category? What is the primary use case for Rumble?
I tend to see more people doing streams on Rumble these days. Although I typically use it myself to keep up with, like, people I follow for not streams. For just normal videos. Besides streaming on it. Also, Patty's Parlor is here on Rumble. Welcome back. We're doing some art for the game. This is a creature I just redesigned, Vampalisk representing the Stalker class of creatures.
Hold on, I'm reading Dingus's specification of the scenario, where the woman looks like Alex Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. And honestly, Dingus, I know some men who would be extremely into that. So it's maybe not the best comparison. You gotta get an uglier man in there.
What did Ponyboy say about that one? He seems to like the manly ones.
Do you think Ponyboy likes a woman who can snap him in half?
I don't know.
Because usually I don't think that goes along with the whole tomboy thing very often. Like they want more boyish than Tomish. He would.
I'm not sure about that distinction.
You don't think Toms appreciate being called incredibly masculine? Noted.
I don't know if Tom is the masculine feature of the tomboy.
All right. Dinga says he chose Alex. He chose the masculine woman. Me personally, I would never.
Tyrion says he's seen some of the muscle mommies he's posted. That's what I was thinking. Tomboy enthusiast likes them boyish.
I will say though, if this was a question of like who would you rather have as a friend, give me the woman who looks like Alex Armstrong every day of the week. Because I mean that's just kind of fun. Especially if she can do like the earthbending stuff.
Dang it. Not that I'm catching them anyways.
Yo, Ponyboy horse is incredibly what's the word? Honorable, I guess. Incredibly like mechanical in his approach to life. I respect it.
Oh, Dale's back in the chat.
Since no state, your selection of a bullet simply puts you in the Groundhog Day situation where you have to keep shooting yourself until you make the decision. You're here forever, which is an okay option. Who the hell would want a trap for a friend? Dale BTFO'd, I guess. Feels real bad.
Well, we're getting into some weird anatomy that I'm not too sure about.
Is it just like the creature illustration didn't really elaborate on how it would work well enough? So now with the arms outstretched, it's like, uh-oh.
It's just like I'm trying to adapt my cartoon animal illustration to this semi-realistic tiger illustration.
What if you just had a very realistic drawing and this was the only one that was like that and you refused to elaborate?
I don't know. I don't know what that would be like.
Patty's Parlor asks, what creature are you working on?
Oh, he was not here for the redesign.
The spiel.
Here we go. This guy. Here, let me put a layer by layer comparison. This guy needed a redesign because I drew him years ago when I sucked at art. So we fixed him before I started drawing this next thing.
I like how you even changed the lighting. That's like you didn't change the shape at all, you just changed the lighting and it's like, wow, that looks a lot nicer.
A little bit, yeah. What type is he? He is undead and beast type. Let's see. What creature is my spirit animal? Dale asks. I don't know what creature is everyone else's spirit animal. I'll answer after everybody else.
I will answer momentarily.
You'll answer after you check out the website.
Exactly. There are many creatures, almost as many classes as well. So it takes a second.
This is true. But there are not almost as many classes. There are actually many more creatures. I added it up on a stream. I don't know. Patty might have been here for this one. I forget. But somebody asked me how many I had, and I opened the folder and selected all the images that I'd drawn to to see what the number was, and it was like 260 or something like that.
That's actually a good chunk. I'm not good enough at math to look at the website and just do a multiplication. But there's a number here. I didn't even see you make this snake, dude.
Which snake, dude?
Infidian? Viper?
Oh yeah, that's another pretty old one. But yeah, I do like Infidian's design because he's like a cobra, but he's got a flaming hood instead of like a fleshy hood.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. You know, it's whatever. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool.
I guess it's pretty cool. Bro, this guy's gonna look so derpy.
I don't want to sell myself short when I say what I think my spirit creature would be. Because when I look at them, I look at Budley, and I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Budley.
But if somebody else were to come in here, I feel like somebody else that knew me would probably be like, "You're not a Budley, dude. You're more of like a Astral or something, a Cosmine." But internally, I'm a Budley every day of the week.
Koya thinks he's a cute little flower.
I'm just a little guy. I'm just a friend.
Just a little guy.
What's your spirit creature, Dale? Since you asked the question, what are you feeling?
I should have a look too, because I don't remember all of them off the top of my head.
I know he's gonna say Magmant, but it's
oh,
not.
That's right.
It's not true. We all know what I want it to be. Wait, we all know what I want it to be. God.
Dale can't type. He's Australian.
Wait. Just once. Just one stream. I want him to be completely intelligible.
Let's see. My spirit creature. Global, Dale says. It's a spirit creature, I think.
I can see the global.
You know what? I kind of identify with some of the goofier ones.
Like, if you just make...
Like, sometimes I feel like a Sluggamush here. Like, especially recently. This is like me this week. This is my spirit creature this week. Sluggamush.
a little Slugmush. You know, having the goofy guys just existing, it's like really easy to relate to them because it's like, you know, they're just like dudes. They're not particularly harsh or crazy or violent looking, and like most people aren't like very extreme. So you see like a Snellmit, and you're like, yeah.
Snellmit's definitely like a vibe you can get into.
Everyone has been Snellmit at some point in their life.
I do love me some Snellmit. He's one of my favorites.
You wake up and you're like, man, I'm just happy to be alive. I don't have anything planned for the day. I'm just existing. I'm just consuming oxygen. processing resources, expelling waste, and sleeping.
Dale says, I'll happily take the rock tentacle guy, though. Which one? The big one or the little one? Anyways, I'm procrastinating because I hate this anatomy that I'm drawing.
You don't have the rock tentacle guy on your website yet.
No, I don't, because like I don't have any of the stats like figured out for him yet.
Ah, gotcha.
There's quite a few that I don't have on there yet. I don't have the Skittle family. I don't think Yauchi and Snowbrawl are on there. No Torpole and his guys. No Tordnance and Tortillery. Yorko and Zorko aren't on there yet.
Sounds like you're speaking in tongues. So, if my math is correct, and it probably isn't correct, you have 105 creatures on the website.
That sounds about right. Not all of the ones that I have like designed I'm gonna be using in like the first release that I do. 'Cause some of them are like mythic creatures and they're agents, which I'm not doing all of the regions I have planned in the first drop. We're just gonna have like the Vivid Vale and then the subterranean region. Which is why I started doubling down on doing the subterranean creatures like a Rockwad.
Yeah.
Need some more of them. Oh man. I'm scared that this is gonna look awful. It's already like I feel like I'm not using the space properly. You know what? A Pokemon popped up in chat and then I saw it was a Stunfisk and I'm like, eh.
I don't even know what that one is. Is it the grass type?
No, it's like it's the flat Stunfish.
Oh.
They made a regional form of that one a while back, and it's literally just like a bear trap with a face. Dale says, need more Magmant art. I did like an entire comic with Magmants in it. Well, okay, there is only like one.
Insatiable.
There is only like
He needs
one
more.
image with the Magmants, I guess, but still, they got a whole comic. Speaking of, like, I was thinking about doing that whole story content stuff more.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna do the comic?
Well, not the comic, no.
Oh man.
My entire thoughts on that are like, how do I do as little art as possible and offload most of the work onto a writer?
Extremely professional approach. However, I'm saddened by it.
Actually, one of Dingus's boys, Peter Claymore, was sending me messages on Twitter last night, or a message really, because apparently he likes to write. So maybe we can work something out. I don't know. I haven't heard from him yet, even though it's been like 24 hours. I don't know what his deal is. Dale says he needs them with fire facial hair like a pet groomer's, but they're... Dale, what the hell are you talking about? And then Pompadour Glubble.
Pompadour Glubble is good. Let him cook a little bit. that one has some potential. I think we need more aggressive pomps in our characterizations in 2024.
I feel like pompadours aren't a very medieval style hair style.
Dale Daiquiri Pop, he sent you a message. Hello. He messaged you on Twitter. Is there anything that I could do to make you happy for a little bit?
Your sentence was perfectly fine English. Let me reread it. Specifically, I need them with fire facial hair, like a pet groomer's, but they're give creatures perms.
You know, I thought I understood what you were saying until Dice reread it. Oh my gosh.
Y'all gotta understand, you can't hear like tone of voice and inflection when you typing. Maybe it makes sense if I actually heard it coming from your mouth.
Oh, Dale, question. The missus and I were watching the Olympics coverage, and we saw that Australian ladies breakdancing. What's up with that? Why did Australia send her? Did she just misunderstand the mission? Like, what's going on there?
I've heard there was some abuse of power in her position in order to get into the Olympics.
But certainly, they wouldn't intentionally embarrass themselves on the international stage like that.
I don't know, it's breakdancing. Would anybody care about that portion of the Olympics if it wasn't for her?
Yes, because America got bronze.
Oh, did we?
And all I'm trying to do is rack up medals.
Dale says she is a Nepo baby. Oh yeah, Tyrion, I guess, is Australian too.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Tyrion.
Okay,
I did see the opening. Look, I'm not there for all the surrounding stuff going on in the Olympics. I just want to see the athletes do the athlete stuff. I want to see the competition.
I mean, right? That's kind of the point of the whole thing.
But it's not for the normal people. The normal people are there because they want to watch the spectacle of an opening ceremony, and then they want to gawk at the nice bodies of the athletes. I'm there for the competition. I want to see the people be the best humanity has to offer.
Gawk at the bodies of the athletes.
It's true. I know it sounds like a joke, but this is like, I promise you, it's not just all the internet brained people who are like, wow, they look so nice. It's the normal people.
I guess you are probably more in tune with the non-internet people than I am.
I sit down with my wife and we're watching the divers, and she turns to me and she goes, "Oh my gosh, look at their butts. They're so great." And I'm like, "Lady, I'm trying to watch the diving." Chill. I'm just saying. Everyone out there is a freak. And the Olympics is the only time the normal people get to display it.
Aussie breakdancing is a thing and it's not bad, she just is. Dale says.
Wait, so that's a specific like genre of breakdancing?
I don't know about that. I think it's just that she sucks. But Australians do it. I think Bay from Hololive is a kind of a breakdancer.
User 2491 says, "You mean you're just a man that wants some sports without rainbows and unicorns? What a loser." You know what? If that's what being a loser is, well then I'm a loser baby, so why don't you kill me?
What is that supposed to mean? Is that a reference? I don't know. That sounds like something. That sounds like song lyrics.
I don't remember the song name. It's actually like peak grunge though, a little bit.
Grunge?
Maybe grunge isn't the right word.
Your taste in music is definitely a little more diverse than mine. And by that, I mean it sucks. If there is any question. Oh yeah, Dale thinks Bay is a British plant, of course.
Who is Bay?
I remembered that conversation. A Hololive VTuber. Hakos Bales, the embodiment of chaos, who is also a rat.
I have no idea what this is. I'm not on the internet enough for this.
Despite being a VTuber yourself, you're not familiar with the VTubers.
I make no aspersions of being like a part of the culture.
You're just using it as a medium, and I kind of respect that. I gotta admit.
I'm a appropriator. I am wearing it as a costume.
He's a tourist.
And other such. Yeah, I am a tourist, but like one of the good ones. Yeah, Beck Loser is the name of the song. It's okay. The song's okay. I meant it's good you're a loser that only wants real sports and not hairy legs and cheerleading uniforms. Well, I mean, I want the men's cheerleading team to be particularly masculine, but also the greatest cheerleaders I've ever seen. Right? Like I care about the sport. If being attractive is a part of the sport, well then you should be as attractive as possible. But if the sport is like throw the javelin as far as you can, then the only thing I'm there to see is a man throw a javelin really far.
Dale says, I recently spent $200 on Gura merch, and then my pal showed me Gura earbuds were a thing. Dale.
What are the Gura earbuds?
Probably earbuds with Gura on them.
Are they like the shape of her tail? So you have
I
like
don't
two
know.
tails out of both ears?
That'd be pretty good though. You should design
Like I know who
merch.
Gura is. I don't think you want that. So I felt a little weird because the males gymnastics were really disappointing because the women's gymnastics just they did the floor work better. And I was like, come on, guys. If you're at the Olympics, at least like do more flips than the women. But they were not great, in all honesty. All the ladies killed it.
It is kind of more of a ladies' sport, I would think.
The what is it? The more artistic version, I would tend to agree with you. But I would have assumed because like jumping and stuff is normally like a strength exercise that the men would have the edge. But it didn't appear to be that way. It might also just be that I enjoy looking at women more, so like I subconsciously I'm like, oh yeah, the women have done better. However,
That
I
might
don't
be.
think that was the case. I also watched ping pong, which the way they did ping pong at the Olympics was incredibly funny because it was each country's team had a male teammate and a female teammate, and we were joking the whole time. We were like, "That's husband and wife. That's a couple team right there." And then at the end of the day, they're gonna have to go home and argue about why one of them didn't let the other one return the ping pong ball. It's the craziest domestic argument you've ever seen. But it was also crazy because it was China versus North Korea for the finals.
Ping pong
Also-
champs, communist dictators.
Well, the joke that we had was like, I see the Koreans decided to feed these two people for this one event.
The ping pong players.
Also, user, I don't blame you for not watching. Some of the sports were good, but you know, if they're offensive to your sensibilities, then that's what you got to do.
Yeah, that whole opening thing was it's very French. Let's just put it that way.
Very French, in parentheses, derogative.
Yes. French is always derogatory. Dale's just glad cricket isn't an Olympic sport.
What would cricket as a wait, why would it be bad? No, Dale, why would that be bad? Hold on. What's wrong with cricket?
Yeah, surely that would be one that Australians would excel at, right?
I would
Or-
also prefer it over breakdancing.
Are you freaking kidding me? I just missed another Pokemon. That's starting to piss me off, like, actually.
The game was rigged from the start.
You know, I'm starting to be more confident in this picture now that his horn is hiding the joint. Cricket takes like 4 days to complete, and 80% of it is standing doing nothing. Does it really take that long? Like, that's worse than baseball. Like, I knew cricket was garbage because it was like crappy baseball, and baseball already sucks.
There's enough time over the course of the Olympics to fit in cricket. And then the best part is, as the watcher, you just get the highlight reel.
I don't know. I think Dale might be a little afraid that he'll get his Australia will get embarrassed by India.
I thought Pakistan was like the weirdly good country at cricket. Is it India?
Well, Pakistan is basically just Muslim India.
I guess, to be as reductive as possible, yeah.
I mean, they were both like British colonies, and that's why they do cricket. Cricket can legit take a week for a single matchup? Oof. It sounds awful.
Why do they play that?
Ask him the real questions here.
Like, at that point, just play baseball. Just play like soccer. Just do something else. You know what that is? That's like, hey, I'm gonna do a D&D session, a tabletop session. But instead of sitting around, let's make it a sport. Like, imagine having to get all of your friends together on multiple days to play cricket.
They probably just don't play to completion.
100 cricket games played,
like, in
zero
the casual
completed.
in the casual sphere.
I like that eyebrow. Just throwing that out there.
The
It's a
brow
good
ridge,
eyebrow.
you mean?
Yeah. It's good. It's a good touch.
He's got piccolo brows. Casual cricket is very different, Dale says. That's kind of what I figured.
Casual cricket is what they called me in band class. I played the saxophone, but very poorly. The casual cricket is an extremely good username.
Cohead dipped out to change all his social media accounts to that.
Shut up! You don't know what I'm doing. I was feeling inspired. I love casual as an adjective. It's the classic joke to be, not that we haven't been raunchy thus far, but like it's the casual sex implies the existence of hardcore sex.
Of
Casual
competitive
credit,
sex.
cricket. Yeah, ranked competitive sex. The casual cricket implies the existence of the hardcore cricket. Which I guess might just be a cicada. If you don't really think about it too much.
You know, for proper countries, that would be a cicada.
What about for improper countries? What do you mean by that?
Well, then I guess it would be like baseball.
Oh, I see.
Okay, this eye is not big enough compared to the other one. We have to adjust this.
Just a little, make a little incision, perform a little surgery.
Yeah. Blend it out so
little-
it's not noticeable.
I think it's too big now, Dice.
I think the problem is that, like, it's tilted in the wrong direction. That looks a little better.
I agree. Concur. Cast my vote in concurrence.
Alright. I will stop messing with that. No, I won't. Now I will stop messing with that. You know what? This is turning out better than I was thinking it would. I'm glad I stuck with it.
You just gotta send it.
Alright. Colors time. He actually looks kind of badass here, not gonna lie. Whoops.
I'm gonna grab some dinner real fast. I'm gonna mute myself so that I'm not, macking into your ear.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna get the colors on this guy. I don't know if I want to do a whole nother one after this or not, but... Okay, we're 4 hours into the stream and I've done like one thing. Okay, I made a new thing and then I fixed an old thing and I'm making a second new thing. I guess that's okay. Alright, I already have the color I'm looking for on my swatches. On my color picker, it's already there. The tedious thing about these pictures is just coloring them in. Because I don't want to use just the straight fill tool, because then you don't get the same kind of texture to it that makes it look interesting with the traditional almost looking style. So you have to go in and color it all by hand. Fortunately, it does not need to be like super specific. If we got some gaps, it's okay. That's part of the art style. Alright, let's use a slightly smaller brush here so we can get in some of the corners and whatnot. Let's see, if I really wanted to, I could probably use a texture overlay, crank the depth, and then set the color layers to take the values from the texture, but you'd have to redo an awful lot at this point. Yeah, that sounds complicated. That sounds like I'd have to learn an entirely new technique. Okay, star you in the chat. We're throwing a great ball this time because screw the Pokeballs, they just don't work. Let's get a little bit more of a pinkish color here for the inside of the mouth. Staryu escaped. No one caught it. Wow, why do I even try? Alright, gotta get his nose filled in here. I forgot that before. Let's give him a little shine. A little boop on the snoot there. Hold on. Let's lower the opacity there. You know what though? Screw that. We're going to do it a more stylistic way. We're gonna let the background show through as if it's part of the paper. And we get some of the light purples in here for the eyes, which I forgot to draw on before, but they're there now. There we go. He's coming out pretty nice. We gotta add the spots though. Let's see. If we make it a clipping mask, is that gonna work out? Sometimes clipping masks are a little weird. Yeah, that should work. There, now he's looking a little more like himself. You know what though, he shouldn't have quite so much in the main section here. That's not bad, that's not bad. I'm gonna have to write up some lore for these guys now that I actually have like them have a finalized design and I'm including them in the class artwork. It's like it's official now. Like I wasn't sure if I wanted them in before, but I put in too much work to leave them out now. Oh, hello. Forgot a little gap here. All right. Shading time. We might have to use some kind of over multiply maybe. I don't know. It's not dark enough normally. What's a good blend mode we can use here to make the darker section show up? Hard light? Not really. Linear light. You know, let's just bring it back to normal and see. No, it just doesn't look right. You know what? This doesn't look right either. To be perfectly honest.
What's your goal, Dice?
Okay, you see the shading I'm doing here?
Yeah.
You see how it doesn't show up very well on the purple?
Yes, I do see this.
That's the problem.
What if you took the purple and then you drew on top of the purple on a multiply layer? Or if you took the complement of purple and drew on top of it with the multiply layer?
I am reducing the luminosity at this very moment. The main issue is that I usually shade with like the color of the line art and the border.
Yeah.
And that's what's getting me in trouble, is I have to kind of move away from that.
You might be able to do a tone curve.
Tone curve,
and
bring... that's the new one.
Uh-oh. So if you go and you right click on your layer, you can make a new correction layer and hit tone curve. And using the tone curve, you'll be able to bring up your darks and bring down your darks and bring up your lights without adjusting or changing too much of the overall composition. But you can make stuff a bit more stratified that way. You can also totally destroy your composition as well if you're not careful.
Okay, can you make this clip to just the layer?
I believe so.
Oh wait, the shading layer is already clipping.
If you put
the other
everything in a folder and then do your correction layer on top of that folder and have it clip
so
to the
right.
folder.
Actually, no, you're not right. That wouldn't work because I don't want. I just want it on the whatchamacallit, the shadow layer.
Just on the shadow layer?
Yeah, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna select the inverse of the base layer and hit delete. Hey, that looks alright, I think. Actually, now that we have that little trick, I can just go back and like recolor the rest of this.
I have to make peace with myself knowing that the tone curve exists.
Make peace with yourself?
It's true. Because it's like, hey, why didn't you just paint it right to begin with? What are you? Dumb or something? It's one of the stupidest jokes that like me and a couple of my friends have, which is just like, hey, idiot, why'd you make a mistake?
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, excellent piece of feedback. But at the same time, every time I use like a gradient map or a tone curve or any of these things, I'm like, man, I could have just did it right.
Doing it right is hard, especially on the first try.
They don't tell you that in being great at art school, which is a school you can just go to.
You know what? If we didn't have digital art to like fix those little mistakes easily, I probably wouldn't be an artist.
You don't think so?
Nah, it's too much trouble. Fixing stuff
Fair
like
enough.
just in oil paints and whatnot.
But like
Fixing
in
all
oil
your
paints,
mistakes.
right? It's actually not that difficult because you just like paint over it.
Okay, in acrylic paints.
I mean, same. You just like paint over it.
Acrylic sucks. This stuff dries way too quick.
I agree.
You can't work with it very
Actually.
well.
I think all traditional art kind of sucks. I do like watercolors. I think watercolors are kind of nice, but I just think that because they're like portable and flexible, and like with just a single color, you get so many different like value ranges out of it. So watercolors are nice, but controversially, are like on the flip side, watercolors is like the one paint that you can't just like paint over it because it's transparent.
I
guess
will
that's why
catch
they
a
have
freaking
gouache.
Pokemon today, I swear.
Do you really want a Wooper though?
What's wrong with Wooper?
It's kind of like lame. It's groundwater.
It's like cute in a derpy way. It's like a Snellmit.
Nah, the people love Quagsire. No one loves Wooper.
The people love Clodsire.
I guess. But those are people I haven't associated with. That's the new school. Those are the new Jenners.
Well, now you have.
Are you
Clodsire
a
was on my team
Clodsire?
for the current gen.
Is
It
it
was
good?
quite good. Yeah, I liked him.
You know, I've been watching a guy on YouTube, and what he does is he tries to find devious ways of soft locking the Pokemon games. Have you seen this guy?
I've seen some people that do stuff like that, and I do not understand it.
He like spends hours just being like, I have put the game in a nearly winnable situation.
Uh-huh.
Like the one that I watched was like, you can use this glitch in the Japanese version of Pokemon like Red or Ruby. You surf on land to get to this boss without encountering the Kecleon that's blocking your way. So now you have to fight the boss, but there's a twist. You have 6 level 100 Gyarados on your team. And if you defeat the boss, you will be hard locked in the arena because you can't get past the Kecleon. So the only way out is to lose against the boss. And it's like, wow, why would you do this? Why would you orchestrate such a devious thing? And
Oh,
the
I
worst
caught-
part about it?
I caught the Wooper. Finally.
Oh my god.
Also, Dale is a Clodsire fan as well.
I gotta see what Clodsire looks like. I gotta understand why. All right, yeah, he's kind of cute. He's kind
You
of
like
cool.
him? Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's also poison.
Maybe that's why I like him. I'm a big poison guy.
Oh yeah, you're into that. Let's see. You just need to throw a background on this thing and I think I'll be done with it.
So the Paldean Wooper doesn't evolve into a Quagsire. It evolves into a completely different Pokemon.
Yes.
All right.
Honestly,
weird.
one of the things I kind of hate about the way they've been handling regional forms is that.
Mm.
Because it's basically just a different Pokemon. It has a different type, it has different movesets, it evolves into a different thing.
It's
like
an Echo Fighter.
like why is this called a Wooper? Why isn't it just a Whoopee or something like that?
They would be sued for IP infringement. Whoopi Goldberg is gonna hit them hard.
Dale likes Paldean Wooper better than the original.
I agree. I
Oh,
think Paldean Wooper, Clogsire, both are better.
You know what? I don't know what it looks like off the top of my head. I kind of forgot.
It just has like the bone antenna, is how I would describe it.
Oh yeah, its antennas are different.
Hmm.
No, like as soon as I got Clodsire, that took up my all the bandwidth for that particular thing.
You're like, this is.
I was
the
like,
only
oh,
thing that's
I love
important."
him. He is the best. He's on my team forever.
You could just make a fat boy party. You get Clodsire, what is it? Quagsire, Clodsire, Whale Lord, just like all the round rotund guys.
Snorlax.
Slaking, Snorlax, yeah. You got a lot of really good options.
There's some chunky boys in Pokemon, yes.
He's a skull and crossbones, Dale says. That checks out. That makes sense.
And he's grumpy. Alright, let's see. Paldean Wooper is the second thing that pops up in the Google autocomplete after Paldea Pokemon.
They love it that much, huh? He's that iconic, huh?
Hey, I guess he's marginally cuter.
Also, I wouldn't say he's grumpy looking. He looks more astonished than grumpy.
He doesn't always have his mouth agape either. I like this little picture here. Peak content.
Why does Wooper have the Wi-Fi symbol on him?
I don't know.
What did Game Freak mean by this? He's got the two antenna for his like little ear things and then a Wi-Fi signal on his belly. What is the Pokemon company trying to tell us?
Was the Wi-Fi symbol even a thing when his generation came around? That's the question.
When did the Wi-Fi consortium get established?
Yeah, when did the entirety of the world decide that is the symbol for Wi-Fi? We now have a universal symbol for Bluetooth as well, which makes even less sense actually.
What do you mean?
Well, just look at the Bluetooth symbol. What do you think of when you see the Bluetooth symbol? Does it like trigger any kind of like, oh yeah, that's what this is. That's definitely Bluetooth.
I mean, for me it does, but that's just because I've learned it means Bluetooth.
Yeah. Let's see, with the Wi-Fi thing, it's clearly like, okay, that's a signal. That's like a signal being beamed into somewhere.
It's not a signal at all. Signals are waves. What do you mean?
Yes, it's like it's a stylized wave.
It is. You're an individual with thoughts and opinions, all right.
It's literally like a cartoon wave that somebody would shoot out of their hands in some old cartoon, like a superhero cartoon.
I guess. Sure, I'll grant it. I'll relent. When I see that, I don't necessarily think waves. I think like a sunrise or something.
A sunrise? It's always black, though.
Is it? I always see it as blue. But to answer the original question, the Wi-Fi Association. Wait, what is this thing actually called? The Wi-Fi Alliance was founded in 1997. And the Wi-Fi symbol is a trademark of the Wi-Fi Alliance.
Wow, it's trademarked?
Yeah. Because like Wi-Fi is just it's a protocol. Like it's not a thing. It's just like a agreed upon standard.
Yeah.
And I imagine Bluetooth is similar, right?
Probably.
Developed by the Bluetooth Special Interest Group. Well, that doesn't sound sinister at all.
If you agree to use a Bluetooth device, do they get to kill your wife?
They actually get to kill your wife by
Your Wi-Fi?
I don't think there is a EULA for Bluetooth yet. Give them time. It's kind of crazy that there can be an organization that just like pops up out of the blue in parentheses tooth and be like, so we're gonna trademark this like frequency and this mechanism of connecting to the frequency. Like it's literally like showing up and being like, hey, I'm gonna trademark dirt. Like it's a little more abstract, but it's insane that you can just like trademark a part of nature or a part of physics. I don't know why that's a thing.
There's definitely some weirdness with how these things work legally. What are we thinking about this, Mr. Second Opinion?
My second opinion is that the left fang is either too short or the right fang is too long.
I was talking about the background, but...
Oh, I'm so sorry! Background is good. Oh, no.
I wasn't really gonna redo my drawing at this point. Ezeterian says, I don't believe you can trademark a frequency. A trademark is for branding so you don't get impersonated. I think a connection mechanism would also have to be a patent rather than a trademark. Yeah,
Nature would have to be a patent rather than a trademark.
I think it's just a vocabulary thing.
I definitely do not have the required vocabulary to talk about.
We're just talking about like intellectual private ownership and stuff in general terms.
Yeah, generally the idea that there's a group called the Wi-Fi Alliance that's out there that says, hey, your stuff has to meet these specific specifications in order to be labeled as Wi-Fi. And if it's not, well, then you can't use our name because it is simply communications on a 2.4 or 5.0 gigahertz band. And that's crazy to me. And I don't know if that's a trademark or a patent, but it's real gross because they didn't invent, you know, the frequency range. Like those waves are just out there. Unless they did. Unless my understanding of frequencies is actually so backwards that they just didn't exist, and then they were like, you know, we can put a wave here.
Oh hell, a Drifloon. I have to try and catch this one.
Drifloon is one of my favorite Pokemon.
I like me some ghost types. They're some of my favorite ones. Drifloon's funny. I like Litwick. He's one of my favorites.
The only ghost type I dislike is Spiritomb.
Yeah, this is not a very good one. Also, yeah, isn't he like
kind of unremarkable?
Isn't he like ghost and dark, and that has hardly any weaknesses or anything?
I'm not sure, because I remember there was a common cheat in that game where you would get it with whatever ability Shedinja had, which made it only affected by moves that were super effective. And he just could be hit by like one type, and it was like a type nobody had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew there was some kind of exploit with him.
But I just don't like his design.
His design is pretty lame too, yeah. He's got more than one problem.
Trademark would just be, this is our logo. If you want to use that logo, you need approval. Yeah. Okay, if that's... You can patent an invention, not trademark it. But like,
I got my Drifloon.
What? I guess the Pokemon gods heard your pleas and was like, we got to keep this guy around.
The Pokemon gods of the bootleg Pokemon game. Let's see. We are 4.5 hours into the stream. I just finished a piece. I think it might be time for me to call it quits.
Very well. I will salute you as you skedaddle.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, thanks for showing up and hanging out, boys, and all you dingus and his Strixes. Now we're gonna head out now, and we'll see you later. Bye!